Jam-packed rallies and fiery debates to door-to-door campaigns. Election night celebrations, the Bahamas now arrives at one of the most important moments in its democratic journey. Months of political campaigning, promises, attacks, and the decision of thousands of voters have all led to this day, the official opening of Parliament. Good morning, everyone. I'm Janae Nawal.
And I'm Shanique Miller. Thank you for joining us for our live coverage of the opening of Parliament 2026. Today, the country's Parliament opens and the Governor General delivers the speech from the throne, laying out the government's legislative agenda and national priorities for its new term. But beyond the ceremony, the pageantry, and the tradition, today is about transition. The campaign slogans have faded. The ballads have been counted. The celebrations have ended, and now the governing begins. The expectations of this re-elected administration are high.
And for only the second time in modern history, the ceremony, Shanique, moves from the traditional Parliamentary Square to the Atlantis Paradise Island Resort. I know last time we had the events taking place at Bahamar, and today it will take place at the Imperial Ballroom that has been transformed into a ceremonial chamber for this historic occasion today. And this year's opening comes with its own unique backdrops, a new term of government, the largest cabinet in the country's history, new ministries, new parliamentary secretaries, and already there's been some heated public discussion surrounding some appointments, Shanique. We have team coverage this morning with our Leighton Ritchie Jr. He's standing by at the House of Assembly, and also Jose Etienne at the Atlantis Resort.
Looking forward to hearing from them, Janea. We'll also examine the history, the traditions, the politics, and the expectations of the Bahamian people as this new parliamentary term officially begins. And what we want, Janea, is our viewers to be a part of this conversation this morning. What are your expectations for the speech from the throne? What do you want to hear and hear them talk about? The cost of living, crime, jobs, healthcare, education. Send us your comments throughout our broadcast, and we'll be sure to share your voices live.
Well, our special coverage of the opening of Parliament 2026 starts now. Joining us in studio is former Senator and Member of Parliament Reuben Ramming and former Progressive Young Liberal Executive Clenisha Aubrey. Thank you so much for joining us for the discussion and all of the happenings for today.
Good morning, all. Good morning.
I want to start with you, Reuben. Why is this day so important in the life cycle of government?
Literally, there can't be any government without this. This is equivalent to the birth of Christ, politically speaking, without which the government will not go through its paces to deliver on its promise, its attempt to save the nation, as every term and every government is supposed to do. This is not just ceremonial, it is actually legal and structural. It establishes the legal framework and the integrity and the framework necessary for you to govern. If there's any hitch in these procedures or anything left out, it makes anything that is done later on void. So this is far beyond being ceremonial. This is actually constitutional.
It has to be done.
It has to be done.
And how much of the government's legislative roadmap is usually revealed in this session?
Actually, they're supposed to give you more than a cursory glance. It's supposed to give you a prophetic view of their hopes, barring unforeseen circumstances. Their intent supposed to be presented to you ahead of time, and then the legislative example sets. So this is actually the rules that they should be judged on every budget cycle and by the end of their term. Did you complete, not what you said necessarily on a rally stage, but what you officially also presented by the speech from the throne?
Right. Clenisha, I wanted to ask you just about your thoughts about, we have to do something like this. It's constitutional, it's traditional, but not many young people are engaged in the happenings of Parliament. How do we draw them in? Aside from speaking to young people, most of them, I hear they just want to see what someone has on, but it's more than that. It's a process that has to take place.
So for young people, of course, very disengaged with politics, they don't really care about what's going on. A lot of them just want to see action. So yeah, there are some people that care about the fashion of what's going on, but at the same time, they're like, what does all this mean? when I feel the way I feel and I feel like I'm not included in the spaces for my voice to be heard. So I could understand why young people would say, why would I care about this? Everyone's just going to dress up and it's going to be normal. This is just normal and regular.
Normal and regular.
Normal and regular
And
for
so
us. Yeah.
a better job has to be done in getting more young people engaged,
Yeah.
helping them to understand the democratic process, why these traditions are so important, why this is important for democracy, our constitution, and also keeping some of these traditions alive. Before we get deeper into that conversation, Shanique, we'll take it downtown live to our Linton Ritchie Jr. As we said, some things have changed. We've seen 2 parliamentary sessions where we moved away from the traditional Rawson Square, having that set up, now moving into hotel rooms or hotel spaces. But our Linton Ritchie Jr. is live downtown in Rawson Square with a first look of what's happening. Linton?
Good morning, Janea. That's right. Welcoming to you live from outside of the House of Assembly, where it's a very special day, the opening of Parliament. I can tell you that at this time we have seen the entire opposition Free National Movement walk inside, and followed by the opposition, members of the governing Progressive Liberal Party, members elect to the House of Assembly began walking in with their spouses. As we know today, 41 parliamentarians will be sworn in, and following that, 16 members of the Senate will be sworn in as well. Of course, we expect to see the Speaker of the House of Assembly be selected, the Deputy Speaker to be selected, and then of course we know it will move over to the Senate, where we expect to see the Senate President and Vice President be elected here today during this entire process. But of course, if you take a look directly behind me, you can see that there are protocol officers. They are standing by as every single parliamentarian begins to pull up. They hop out of their cars with their spouses and they are escorted inside of the House of Assembly. Now, of course, outside here on Bay Street, the entire street is shut down. There are lots of tourists and residents looking on as everyone walks into the House of Assembly. Now, also some new information coming in today. We know that Miles Lorota, Minister of National Security, will be leader of the governing Progressive Liberal Party business in the House of Assembly. For the Senate, that will be Attorney General Wayne Munro. Now, of course, Wayne Munro served as the leader of the Progressive Liberal Party's government business during the last term of the Progressive Liberal Party, but of course he's now moved over to the Senate, where he will continue that post, and Miles Lorota will take up Minister Wayne Munro's post. But of course, outside here tonight, outside of the House of Assembly today, there's lots going on as parliamentarians and senators will be officially sworn in here today. But we are standing by all morning long, bringing you updates here from outside of HOA. I'm Linton Ritchie Jr., sending it back to you at the desk.
Linton, before we go, we just want to ask, we got some video of those parliamentarians as they began to enter Parliament, and there was a bit of controversy, some drama that was happening as they were walking in. I know reporters were yelling out some questions. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. Well, Janea, of course, as you know, in recent days, there were lots of headlines beginning to swirl regarding a plane crash last week. And one of the survivors of that plane crash has turned into an inmate in U.S. federal custody. Of course, that is Jonathan Eric Gardner. And of course, we know that following an affidavit filed by a DEA specialist, he claims that they have been investigating Gardner on a number of criminals for quite some time, and he noted that in that file there was a secret meeting held right behind me inside the walls of Parliament. Now, as parliamentarians began to walk out, reporters started to shout questions. Are you politician number one that was listed in that affidavit? Do you know anything about these dealings? As of course we know at this time, government has been pretty much numb following these explosive allegations that were released on Friday. So of course we're hoping to get some type of response here today from government, as we know that these headlines are not just making its circulation nationally. These have taken over to international spaces. We've seen lots of international media report on these headlines. There are many questions swirling. Who is politician number one? How much money was involved into this alleged international drug shipment? Is it more than one politician, actually? Of course, we know this comes less than 2 years after an indictment was unsealed in New York courts. So, of course, Janea, we're hoping that we'll be able to get, once again, any response from government, who has been pretty much numb on this issue. But for right now, everyone continued to walk in and ignored reporters' questions. But of course, we'll still do our jobs and press officials for an answer.
Thanks so much, Arlington Ritchie Jr. reporting live from downtown Bay Street, Rawson Square to be exact. And Shanique, we see drama already unfolding. Not even a week in office, and we see new administration making headlines. Of course, that crash happened on Election Day, so it'll be interesting to see how these events play out. We obviously heard comments from the government yesterday releasing a statement, and they too are questioning who is involved and calling on the U.S. to release that name. And so, as they say, the chips will fall where they may. But moving on to today, although the events have been marred by that controversy, today still a significant day in Bahamian history.
Absolutely, Janea. Of course, the government will continue to proceed and not have sort of that cloud of questioning and doubt affect this day in any which way. And I wanted to ask you, Ruben, about the significance of choosing a speaker. We know that these are some highlight. There are some key moments that will stand out today. We already know that that Miles LaRota will be head of government business in the House of Assembly, and of course Wayne Monroe sort of assuming the same position he held in the House in the Senate as head of government business. How significant it is for Miles LaRota to step up and be very impressive to lead government business in what sometimes is a very combative, a very tough environment in the House of Assembly during debates.
I thank you for your deliberate speak, because your speak corrects, and you're obviously aware of your audience, because we make errors in assuming that this constitutional process recognizes PLP or F&M. When you're in that house, there's no PLP or F&M, despite what you identify with and pound in the house. You're a leader of government business. You're a leader of opposition business. Actually, in the House of Assembly, they don't recognize Reuben Ramming. You are the member for Pinewood. You represent the people. In the Senate, you are recognized personally by your appointment, so you are Senator Ramming. This is a very strict process which we need to understand, because it speaks to everything, even what your reporter presented. This is the people's house. You now move from private to public. And so the protections you had as a private citizen changes because now you're a public figure. That house, even though in the Commonwealth of Bahamas is like an embassy, you have certain levels of immunity. You see processes like black rod and so on and so forth. Do you know you cannot even, a police officer cannot even arrest a parliamentarian on his way to the House Assembly?
Right. Well,
On his way or in
on his way to the House of Assembly.
Yes.
Why? That is so serious, because the Constitution doesn't recognize certain things that we consider normal. We don't elect a prime minister. A prime minister is elected in that house by those members which represents the whole. And what if the government was balanced, 50-50 or 50 plus 1?
Yeah.
It is so easy for someone with a nefarious law officer to hinder somebody from coming to the House, which stops a vote and costs an agenda. So there are protections in place. There are protections that protect your speech in the House Assembly from lawsuit,
Yes.
et cetera, et cetera. So these are very, very important. To the Speaker is supposed to be independent, is independent. But we know how it goes.
Yeah.
But you are independent. And that is why the Speaker is not allowed to contribute to debates, because he is viewed as independent. However, there's a loophole around it, meaning that he could put the deputy in the seat and then step down to do that. But when you are in that seat as the Speaker, you are not supposed to be engaged in debate. So these are sensitive constitutional matter, and as quickly as I can for you to appreciate it. Many people have lost cases in court, or one case in court when they've been totally guilty because of a technicality.
Right.
If any legislation passed and somebody goes back and see a procedural step was not taken, it is null and void. That could be catastrophic. Finally, in electing a speaker today, you know what that is? A vote of confidence by everyone in the House. That's why you have to have a problem with the speaker. You got to move for a vote of no confidence. And you could only do that once. Boy, and if that failed, you can't touch the speaker again. So the speaker is the most powerful person and the head of the legislative body. That's why Halson Muchu is fighting for the independence of that, because the executive was controlling the purse of the legislative body and was holding the House Speaker structurally bound to them. So what we're seeing here is critical to our monarchical democracy.
Glenisha, any thoughts on this and the structure and the makeup of Parliament, especially as it relates to young people and understanding what all of this means and why it's so important?
You know, I actually asked my friends who was on a group call last night, and I said, you guys voted? Yes, we did. And I asked, is there something that you feel that should change in Parliament? And they actually brought up the Speaker of the House, and they've brought up how we elect our prime ministers. And I also asked the question, well, if we changed it to another format, like let's say the United States Republic, right? How would that work with us when we know what's going on now currently, where you could have a house full of the opposing party, and then you have a governing party that can't get things done? So how does that work for us? And they said, in reality, let's just see how it goes. So people want change, and especially young people, we want a lot of change. But sometimes we also have to sit back and wonder, how will that progress for us as a nation? So when you talk about the independence of the Speaker of the House, I just sat there and I was like, this is kind of what young people were calling for, and I would like to see how that might work with us.
More independence, not so much as Mr. Ruben pointed out,
true.
that bounding to
Yeah.
a governing party. Shanique?
I'd like to know, what is it that young people, because while they may be sort of disinterested, they are very much interested, as proven by the high voter registration and also the interest and participation online. What is it they want to hear from the speech from the throne? What is it they want to see this administration pay very detailed attention to as it relates to moving the nation forward for them?
So definitely, I see a lot of young people ask for that orange economy. The Prime Minister had that segment where we talked about how we can get content creators paid.
Yes.
They are so interested in that, and that's something that needs to be high on their priority list. That does not need to be pushed behind anything. That needs to very much come full front and center. Home ownership, entrepreneurship, skills, the cost of living. I see a lot of people talking about minimum wage. So all of those things, I think young people definitely want to hear from the speech from the throne today.
As we get deeper into what young people want to see coming in from the speech from the throne, we'll take it now to our Jose Etienne, who is standing by live at the Atlantis Resort with details on how things are shaping up there. It looks to be lots of chairs, hopefully a packed room by later on today. Jose?
Well, Janae, as you said, I'm here live at the Atlantis Ballroom Resort over Paradise Island, and this is where, again, the speech from the throne will be delivered to the masses. Of course, it comes just a week after the governing PLP at the time, of course, won in a landslide victory at the polls, and so a week later, we're going to hear the Governor General Cynthia Pratt deliver the speech from the throne, and that's going to entail government's legislative agenda, government's legislative priorities for its second consecutive term. And before I go any further, Janae, I want to bring you in closer into this room, and behind me you're going to see, as you said, lots of chairs. The room isn't packed just yet. Let's keep in mind now the speech from the throne will be delivered in about 2 to 3 hours, and so around that time we could expect for the room to be packed to the rafters. But at this juncture, we do see the front row seats pretty much filled to capacity, front rows filled to capacity. Of course, for events like these, pomp and pageantry, the order of the day. And so we're seeing lots of women coming in with their fancy dresses, loud colored dresses, their fascinators on. Men, of course, here in their tuxedos, their suits. I'm going to be biased here and say some of us have on our double-breasted suits, right? And so again, pomp and pageantry, the order of the day. So far, I see in the crowd law enforcement officers, head of those agencies, former government officials. We do obviously know that members of parliament-elect and senators-elect are not here. They are at the House of Assembly where they're going to be sworn in. And then from there, they will journey here to this ballroom here over Paradise Island, where they will all sit and hear from the Governor General as she delivers the speech from the throne. Now, again, Janae, this is all happening as the Davis administration continues to cement itself as the re-elected government. We do expect for a government to pretty much lay out its key focuses. We do know that, first of all, it's important for us to know that the reason why we're here is because of concerns about inclement weather. That's why things aren't happening or today's proceedings rather aren't happening at the House House of Assembly. This is parallel to what happened in 2021 when these proceedings happened at the Bahama Ballroom due to COVID restrictions. Now, things reverted to a sense of normalcy in October 2023 when shortly after proroguing House, government opened up a new legislative agenda and we saw everything happening at Parliament. And so here, today's proceedings happening at the ballroom. But again, Janea, we're going to be looking forward and listening closely as the GG hand delivers the speech from the throne. We do know that in the previous speech from the throne in 23, to be exact, some key focuses emanated from that speech were economic security, national security, and personal security. Those were the three things that government really honed in on at that time. And so it'll be interesting to see what they talk about here today. We do know that the governing PLP now pretty much based its campaign on continuity. And so we could expect probably that most of what we hear today are key focuses that they're hoping to transcend from the previous administration into this term as they continue to take the country into a progressive direction. For example, I could recall in that previous speech from the throne, they talked about building a new hospital. And so it is expected that perhaps that could be mentioned today, even as government has already signed agreements and has already broken ground for that to be developed. We do know that in a previous speech from the throne, they talked about bolstering national security, addressing crime, tackling crime. We do know that they talked about addressing the cost of living, and that could be a key focus here because the reality is we even see in recent papers food chain executives talking about how they're going to have to increase food prices to absorb VAT exemptions that they now have to grapple with. We do know residents, consumers are now grappling with high costs, high fuel costs. And so these are things we perhaps could expect government to talk about as they lay out their key focuses for the next term. But again, Janea, in about 2 or 3 hours, we're going to hear exactly what's going to be laid out, and we're going to hear exactly what the government will prioritize in the years ahead. For now, I'm standing by in the ballroom. Again, as we said, the room is beginning to be filled up. We could expect for it to be packed to the rafters in about 3 hours when officials will journey here and the Governor General will obviously deliver that speech from the throne. For now, Janea, I'm going to send it back to you and we'll be back in short order.
Thanks so much, our Jose Etienne, live from the Atlantis Resort, really talking about the change in pace, the change in scenery. We've seen this happen, as we said, for the second time for the opening of Parliament. And my question is, does the location really matter? When we have these things happening, Ruben, I'll let you answer that. You lit up just now.
Well, actually, no.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Okay.
Let me say it again. No. In the interest of time, President Trump is the President of the United States. If he boards Bahamas Air, what does that plane become? Air Force One.
Air Force One.
If he goes on Flamingo Air, it becomes Air Force One.
Yes.
The House of Assembly is a constitutional instrument. Its reality is in the pages of the Constitution.
Right.
It establishes every single thing. And so speaking to their placement comes from the authority of the Governor General's permission, but the permission carries an identifying marker called the mace. Therefore, you could have the Governor General without a mace and it does not exist. See, there's a check and balance and everything else. So once that mace is removed, and it's an agreement because we are a constitutional monarchy, meaning the collective agree that we have to move here for whatever reasons. They get the signature of the monarchy, which is the Governor General, and then the authority of the House, which is the Speaker through the mace, moves to that location. There, Parliament is.
Right.
They could do it on a fish fry if they choose to. Now, traditions constrain us where laws don't.
Right. Yeah. Very, very well said, and thanks for putting that into perspective. So really and truly, this could take place anywhere. But again, we want to invite our viewers who are tuned in. Let us know, what do you want to hear from the speech from the throne? We'll read your comments live on this broadcast. And we want to hear from you. We want to get more people engaged, especially more young people. We have Glenisha here who talked about being involved, getting involved in that democratic process. We had a huge voter register, not many persons turning out to the polls, and the message is why. We want to start to create that conversation, get that conversation going now from the onset for more young people to become involved, not only in the democratic process, but really understanding the policies and procedures and all of the laws that govern how our country is made up.
Yes, absolutely. And Janaea, while Jose was speaking, of course, we listened to that and saw the transformation of the Atlantis Ballroom and the fact that it's become the Senate. It's become where the Governor General is in charge and the monarchy and the presence of the monarchy. Ruben, you were also talking about why it's important now, instead of making their way directly to Atlantis right now for the ceremony to begin, the opening of Parliament and the official swearing in, why it's important that the House meets and the Senate meets. If you can maybe in a very abbreviated fashion, so our viewers are up to speed and say, well, why they there and they there? What's taking place right now in the House so that they go and report to the Governor General?
Very, very good question. First of all, let's correct something with our people. They assume the thing that government is established right after election when they first did. That was not government established. It was the prime.
We're
I'm going
looking
to
at
take you
live
to some
shots
live
right now.
shots
Yes.
now. The Prime Minister taking his oath as he enters the halls of Parliament. You see on your screen the gallery of Parliament now full with onlookers. They are cabinet ministers expected there with their wives. Those who were invited today for this process at the House of Assembly, where they later on will be transported to
You
the
see what's on
Atlantis
TV
Resort.
happening now?
Yes.
Yes.
That now is the first person to be established in government,
Right.
to be ratified by the Governor General. He's already made Prime Minister, but government is not established. I want you to grasp that. So government must be established to be presented to the Governor General for signature. So this must happen right now. And when he signed that book,
He
now
officially-
he is the member for cap. Remember, the House was dissolved.
Yes. So we have to reestablish.
Now it's being reestablished. Now the Governor General gave him a permission and approved him as the cabinet minister, prime minister, leader of the opposition, but you still don't have your seat in the House. So that's like a tacit
Now member
approval,
of Parliament, yes.
and now it is coming together. So this is vital to our democracy.
Swear by
We
Almighty
see now
God
the Deputy
that I
Prime
have
Minister
no
Chester
knowledge
Cooper, who will also represent Exuma and the Ragged Island chain.
and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God. This one. I, Isaac Chester Cooper, do solemnly swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
See those parliamentarians now taking their oath, they're signing. Ruben, I'll let you explain some of the steps that'll take place following this.
Yeah, following this, they did that oath. And then they signed into the official register. That's a privilege that goes into history throughout.
In the
and
honors of
that's-
history.
Yes, that is historical. Then they will all come together and they will take an oath, and a collective oath. Now, in that oath, it does respect preferences in terms of religions or ideological beliefs, so you could either swear or you could affirm in that. Even though it's done collectively, you are given that option to swear or to affirm. Then now that constitutes you as members of the House. Then as members of the House, you come together collectively and choose from among yourself who will be the Speaker of the House. So you said something about for the young people being concerned about the processes. Maybe if you really want a more independent speaker, remember, because the House assumed that every member is independent. Every member is independent. Not PLP, FNM, that's what the law assumes.
Right.
But in actuality, there are blocks of PLPs or FNMs, but the law don't see it that way. If you want an independent speaker, maybe you can have elections for the Speaker chair, then no member of Parliament will be tied up in the Speaker. And I think I'll add this. Every Speaker is hamstrung because they're limited in their ability to serve and represent their people. So going into election for any Speaker is a very serious disadvantage because they're constrained by the office.
Yes.
Very true, very true. We want to get our viewers tuned in. We ask them to comment about what they want to hear from the speech from the throne. We have Radisha DeVoe. She talked about the cost of living. Also, Brittany Clark. The cost of living is extremely ridiculous. She says they want to hear about controls for housing, rent control. They said that this should be the first thing that they should fix. Mario Murphy from the speech from the throne, he says, I need to hear more focus being brought on family island development as a priority. Too many family islands are being left behind. And so we're now beginning to hear what people can expect. And how often do we see this spill over into what is actually heard? Because these have been challenges that successive governments have been experiencing over the past few years. We know that there have been some plans put in place, especially as it relates to housing, to address it. But when we tell us about that speech from the throne, Ruben, and what is the makeup of that, do you see government really listening to the concerns of people to bring that agenda forward?
The important thing about the speech from the throne, and it will be read by the Governor General, but it's actually a speech from the Prime Minister because we are a constitutional monarchy. And so what it means, we must appreciate that although we know the king is represented there, we are still fully much so in control. And so Prime Minister Davis, who is now officially the Member of Parliament for Carolina, just now,
in Salvador,
he wasn't before, just now, not because you voted him in, is when he signed that book. He's now the member in the House. Now the Prime Minister will now present his plans for the opening of the houses by the Governor General. And in that, it should reflect what the promises he made on the campaign trail. But however, it is higher than the promises on the campaign trail. That's why you got to pay attention to this. If something is lacking in the campaign trail and is not in the speech for the throne, it does not necessarily mean he may not do it, but you better stick your finger in that. Right. Because the speech from the throne is a legal document on the hand side.
Binding document.
The blueprint for trains or the FNM manifesto ain't no legal document that is recognized.
It's what you put in the speech.
The speech for the throne is a legal document that is tabled in the House. Nobody ever tabled their manifesto or their plan.
So that's your Bible to go by.
That's the Bible. And then you lobby to make sure, say you did say this on the street, make it happen in the House. But this is the first set of promises that is written in the House, and it will evolve in each session of the House annually as they try to represent or make up on those promises they made.
Glenisha, when you hear about these concerns, some of them are some that you express that young people are especially concerned about, especially as it relates to home ownership.
So I actually made a post a while back about home ownership in saying that it all ties back into a whole lot of things, the minimum wage, opportunities for education and skills. Home ownership is not necessarily a right that everyone has. You can't not have and then want to have, because after you get this home, how do you maintain it? Right. That's a lifelong bill that will always come. And when you get your house, I'm sure all of you would know that something could happen. The roof could happen, the plumbing could happen, all these things could happen. So you need to make sure, and the banks would tell you that they have things in place to make sure that you could keep this home. They don't want necessarily to take it back from you, but that's why I like a lot of the plans, and I hope that we could hear those on the throne today, that skills and education always to the forefront, because that's how we can better ourselves. That's how the cost of living will come down, because once we can educate ourselves, an educated nation is a prosperous nation. So once we have all of these ideals and these things put in place that could help Bahamians further, BTVI, UB, and all of these skills, then I think that all of these things will come into fruition, and that's why I'm happy that we can progress.
Well, right on cue, the Minister of Housing and Land Reform taking his oath in the House of Assembly today. The onlookers looking quite lovely, Shanique, fully regaled. All of the fashions came out today, and I'm sure everyone was also looking forward to that.
It's a fashion parade, Janea. Of course, us here in media, whenever we provide coverage for an event like this, we try to step up, but nothing compared to what the ladies and the gent do on the opening of Parliament. It is something that, again, that is tradition. tradition. It is something we love. I see some comments talking about why are we swearing to the king. I'll tell you, our parliament and our parliamentary system and the tools of government and is something to be admired and treasured and held on to. We are many people want to run towards a republic form of government, but when you examine that, those two have major glitches and issues. We see it play out even to our greatest neighbor to the north. So we should kind of harness what we have, better understand it, appreciate it, and then have it operate as it is intended to, Ruben, and so that we can see the beauty of it. But right now we see the JoBeth Colby Davis being sworn in. She of course is MP for the Elizabeth constituency. She of course is also the Minister of Energy and Aviation and Utilities. And so again, they too of course set their own standards. Many people are looking forward to favorites, Janea, in terms of what they'll be wearing. We want to see the entire dress of each of these ladies.
That is critical. You know, my wife, when we were first sworn in, we had the outfit made by a lady in Pinewood, Sophia Darvel, and so we spotted that from there. And so the fashion is very, very important. Remember, our song, national song, says, "See how the world marks the manner of our bearing." You know,
we have to show
this
up.
is the way we know. It's very, very important. Image is everything in terms of getting people to even begin to appreciate you. But just two significant things was happening here that I want us to grasp, and you, girl, I think that's just your instinct, Shani. You hit on it. You see those spouses, you must realize that this may be the only time in this setting that they would be in those houses. Most spouses don't even want to come.
No.
Because now you're moving from private to public, and your husband and your wife can get some serious chafing, and there's not much you can do about it. I always found unfortunate when we stretch forward to pull spouses into matters of a public figure. Now they will also become politically exposed. Their life is going to change. Their children are going to change. And now when they go to the banks, they're going to look at them cross-eye.
Yes.
They're going to double check every dime that come into their account. You know,
It's a different life.
it's a whole different life. Then you're going to see the stress on their relationships. The demands, the time, your daddy ain't your daddy no more. Now everybody is there for you. And so there's a lot going on there. We must give kudos to these ladies. But they're not just representing themselves, they're representing us. This pomp and pageantry is going around the world. And it's very, very critical. So they are not just there looking pretty for pretty's sake. Their niceness represent us.
When you talk about the impact on relationships and families, we just saw the cabinet minister now for Grand Bahama and MP for Pine Ridge, Ginger Moxie, taking her oath. Do you think it's a different form for women? We know we have more women now entering the political arena. Do you think it's an added layer of demand for them?
Yes and no. Because when I look at them, I say, man, they're beautiful, green and bronze. They must become women of velvet and steel. And so the only drawback is there are still natural things that a woman could do, but she should not do. You know, and that's the restraint that you must accept. There's no equality, there's respecting of your individuality. Because we can't see you going around where the fellas drinking in the bars and stuff the way the male MP could. So there are natural restrictions. So what they do, they must compensate for the natural restriction of their femininity by showing the greatness within. Their thinking, their fortitude. And where needed, they must find agents to reach for them where they could go but should not go. To say what they could say but should not say. Because there's a dignity in femininity that must be preserved. So they're walking a tight line, even though they're boldly walking a road that had been dominated by men. So I give them kudos in all things, and I give them grace, but no excuse in their actions.
There's no excuse.
Yeah, let's talk about the first female in a ministry like, I know, right? The first female in a ministry like tourism,
yes.
That industry that drives our economy. Glenys Hannah Martin, a veteran politician elected 6 times consecutively, but now she is heading that ministry that is the bread and butter of our economy.
You see me blushing it.
I see that. I
love me some Glenys.
I see it.
Listen, they may take it wrong, but if you don't know me even better,
Yeah.
I just do. I cut my teeth on Glenys Hannah Martin.
Yeah.
I think Glenys Hannah Martin would make a wonderful prime minister. You know why? She is a staunch political woman, but she has boundaries. She has limits, and I've seen it. Man, she's a hardcore PLP, but she will go so far that she believes in legacy.
As we talk about Glennis Hannah Martin, another woman now swearing in, this is Pia Glover Roll. She's now taking her oath, and again, we talk about women giving themselves to public life and to service, and this would now be her second term in office. Glenisha, I want to hear from you just about the female complement and looking at persons like Glennis and Pia Glover Roll, Ginger Moxie, all of those women who are now stepping into public life.
You know, when I talk about women in politics and I'd ask my friends, I'd be like, how do you guys think they did? Because, of course, I'm a woman. I love women in politics. I love women in leadership. But I want to be objective, right? How did you think they did? And straight across the board, amazing. They outran even some of their male counterparts. And I'm like, this is exactly sometimes what we need. You need that mix, men and women, because that's our country. You need people who are there who can fight for you. And I love the fact that they bring such a personality to politics where people feel that relationship. And when you look at their campaigns, you see it. They mother their constituencies, and people love that. They love to be mothered. They love to feel the presence of their MP, and that's what the MPs, female MPs, do really well.
I heard that a lot on the campaign trail. I also heard that, women are really in this, not even in the campaign, but in the lead up to election for the last 4 or 5 years, they were overshadowing their male counterparts. The women really put their feet on the ground and in their constituencies and were doing the work. Oftentimes we hear that, well, I don't see my MP. I never see my MP. I see him once he come around during election time. But when you went into constituencies where women were represented, it was a different story. A different tale was told.
I think I like that. I like the fact that, where there's a woman, she brings a softer touch, she leads with the heart, and she brings that level of I guess, that wonderful thing to her representation. I also think, though, and this is a different conversation, but we must move away from not seeing the MP, because if you can feel they're elected there to make a difference, to be able to make things happen, many of which that you said the youth vote and the youth demographic want to see. In fact, all of us want to see. And so when we see them, though, every day, every other day, that's an issue. I think we must also mature now to moving to being able to ensure that they actually work and get the work done. For example, this large cabinet and this 41 members that are being sworn in today, we want to see what it is that you all are going to do, hold you accountable to that, especially after that speech from the throne, versus seeing you every weekend walking through and through the constituency.
You speak wisdom.
100%
You
agree
speak
with that.
wisdom. It is a flaw. When we elect people, we elect them with their job title at the end of the name, MP. My job is to represent you in Parliament, more so than even going to your home. We abuse them by changing the job description. I got to be at everybody's door. Instead of being MP now, I got to tote your garbage around a good one. The Bible says a wind listed blows and doesn't make a sound. You've never seen the wind. You see the result of the wind, things moving in the air. You're supposed to be able to follow and see the results of what's happening with your MP. Then we must take the dual responsibility. Some people will not move until the MP come to their house, but they won't come to the MP's office.
Yeah.
And the MP's job must be responsive. I prided myself on the fact that my people will tell you, oh, trust me, by the time you walk out this door, he can call you. Or he will call you by the end of the day. People lie so much that I make it a habit that I report back to my assistant as if I was reporting the boss. I did call Shanique, or the number didn't work. We did speak, because Shanique would show up at the office next day. I didn't see him. She said, Mom, he did. Oh, well, you see, but I mean something else.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have convoluted things. Finally, women have a power, and I think these women this term drifted away from trying to be man. Your power is being used.
They
You can never be your best
femininity.
being somebody else.
Right.
Every being was grown up by a woman. So you have an ability to touch everyone if you maximize your femininity, your motherhood. That was so powerful when he said, you can touch people. Glennis has done that.
I realized that you all, when the PLP rolled out its blueprint for change and the tracker to track that blueprint and what was done. Glenna Santa Martin got up and spoke. And she said that she mothers Angliston. We wonder why she's been reelected 6 times now. Because when she sees kids running late for school, it's after 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. Why are you still walking the streets? Have you eaten? What are you doing? Get in this car and take her to, this is who she's become for Angliston.
I heard the same also about Lisa Ramming, who was being sworn in at this time, that same level of attitude with her constituents as well.
Lisa is growing and coming into her, and it's good to see many of them too coming into themselves and adopting some of those things that perhaps their veteran counterparts may give an example of, but also marrying that with what's uniquely them. And I like what you said. Many of the female MPs this term, well, the last term, they remained female. They didn't try to run away from that, and that gave them a unique advantage and power that now has them being re-elected and sworn in today.
Going back to basics with women. You know, we don't have to take on that masculine role, but do what we were called to do.
Yes.
Listen, people don't appreciate history. Remember when Loretta Butler became the leader of the opposition and everything else? I watched that and I saw when things changed. People was accepting, they love her. She's a brilliant woman. You could never take her, she is now. She is a brilliant woman. But when her approach to the fight and leadership became so rigid and more masculine, you know what happened? People then to drift away. But she was acing it, but she was just being, I am Loretta, I'm a strong woman, and you hear me. We don't have a problem with women, but we get uncomfortable, just like a man, when a man starts acting like a woman, or a woman start acting too masculine. But when you women shine as women, you stop the train.
Another woman shining today, Leslie Miller Bryce. She's the new minister, a new ministry that's been created, arts, culture, and heritage.
And here's an entirely female thing. We all are certainly interested in what she's wearing. She's been a fashion icon.
And the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same.
Yes, in a sense, you seem to be channeling a bit of Diana.
Yes.
And her flair, that is very, very appropriate. It's just so sad to see her and Sebastian together, that shadowing of the decision with the cabinet. But hey, listen here, let the stuff play out. Leslie Miller, Lisa Ramming had a struggle going forward.
Yes.
She found herself in a lot. Honestly, I was surprised that she won.
In the last few months, yes.
But again, like I said, whoever win earned it.
Yes.
But Leslie has demonstrated herself in the way she operates in certain portfolios, that she has a flair and she's able to do things culturally. So I give her kudos for what she does.
She has shown up in that space, and that's a strength. She delivers.
Well, obviously,
knowledge
you want to pause. We do have Sebastian
why I am not
the
capable
MP
of
for
sitting
Charlotte.
and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenure and the true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Those who say we swear by the king.
I, Sebastian Bastian, do solemnly swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
According to
Law.
Obviously, these two cabinet ministers being sworn in, since their appointment, there's been some controversy about their appointment, both of them coming from gaming industry backgrounds, as Leah, her husband, and also Sebastian, the former chair or head, rather, of Island Luck. But both of them saying that, you know, we've satisfied the regulatory what the law requires for us to assume these positions, and obviously it enables them to take up a cabinet office here today.
I mean, and they've overextended themselves in proving this. Just last evening on Beyond the Headlines, we talked about it and went at length. I read the law, and you know, I think, Ruben, as you said, let it play out. Let's see what these men and women have done. And one of my panel, funny enough, said that he spoke with someone in gaming. This is what my panel is so prepared. And someone told him, listen, hey, guess who just walked in here a couple of days ago and submitted and obviously divested entirely of everything he owns? The spouse of Leslie and Miller Bryce. And so they have gone beyond. Just to show that, wait a minute, we are serious about filling these roles and serving the Bahamian people, and also not being in violation of any aspect of that Gaming Act.
My thing is very simple. Until otherwise proven.
Proven.
So there have been threats that you can take it to court. Okay, fine. Take it to court because that's your rights.
Yes.
But until then, you see what I'm saying? Until I'm proven guilty, don't disrespect me.
Yeah.
All right? Now, if there's something, go take it, test it. And how would that fall? You either shut up or I give up. All right, so until then, that's fine. But I do find it, the portfolio of Sabas very, very interesting because I think it's not a new dynamic. It is cutting edge way the future in terms of where we're going. But in a sense, when you look at it, it is also, in my opinion, prime ministerial because the title itself literally encompasses everything.
Innovation, national development.
National development. So
And
in
it
a
really
sense, it's
doesn't
almost as if
restrict
it's almost
you
as
to
if
that area, yeah.
everyone has to answer to him because every portfolio leans towards that in a certain aspect. So if he is supremely over that, then they're accountable. I'll give you a quick example. I've served as ambassador and worked in foreign affairs. And when they were trying to produce the documents for the prime minister, all the ministries had to answer to me so I could prepare these briefings.
Yeah.
So when the prime minister go abroad, he has accurate knowledge from everywhere else. So much so that when public works is moving slow, prime minister said, Ruben, if you have a problem with them, you call me because they got to answer you because you answer to me. So in a sense, this is a very unique portfolio. We're going to see how it's going to all unravel. And most importantly, I know how tribal politics is. Don't mind this niceness in there, even among friends. Will they support him in fulfilling his thing?
Yes.
Because a ministry could hold up information and jack you up and make you look bad, and they supposed to be your colleagues.
Right.
Been there, baby.
You know
Been there.
the tribalistic
Yes.
nature quite
Yes.
well.
Even within your own
Yes.
camp.
In
Yes.
your own camp, that happens. We do see the MP for North Andros, Leonardo Lightburn, preparing to take his oath. He's being followed by who's that we have there? I can't see the
Kirk
back.
Cornish,
Kirk.
North Abaco.
If I could interject on
Yes.
the two ministers that are coming in, if you could help me a little, this Bible scripture, the cornerstone that the builder rejected.
Yes, the stones that the builder rejected have become the cornerstone.
And I think those are two very important ministries in our country, and I'm so happy that they got those two posts. Leah being who she was and what she did with the independence celebration, and of course Mr. Bastian being who he is and what he has done so far in this country. We have to realize that this could be so beneficial for our country and where we want to go. Exactly what we're asking for is what they gave us.
What do young people make of the row that's happening as it relates to these appointments? And then also, what is the anticipation
And
of,
do
of
young
the
people even
vote?
care?
They do
Exactly.
care. They
Okay.
actually do care. I definitely believe that John Canoe, that comes under Leslie's portfolio, Miss Price's portfolio, they want to see it come back together. I also believe with Mr. Bastian, we of course see what he has done in this country personally. And then we've seen what he has done with his campaign. So now we want to see what he's going to do for our country. So let's bring some money in so that we can help all of these structures that we need. So our Ministry of Health, we know that the money doesn't come in to help that healthcare program, so we know.
I just want to take a look here on your screen, Mikhail
what
Barnaby
is
for
that a
Mount-
morning suit? What is that,
Mount
Luke?
Moriah. And when we talk about everyone is standing out today, if you saw the look on Ruben's face just now.
That's a fail. That's a rotten tomato, man.
Wait a-
No, my boy
wait a minute.
Darren.
So you
No joke. And I'm not trying to be better. It's a fact. Look at Darren in the back.
So
That's a
Michael is the
proper.
fashion police today.
Listen,
So Mikhail missed the mark.
According to the rules, miss it. He threw it away. Listen here. It said you are supposed to have morning dress, ceremonial robes. You're supposed to have dark long suits, medals, declarations, and whatever else. You see how Darren is dressed? That's a
Right.
traditional
Well,
one. You
I
can even
thought
wear business.
Mikhail was coming
No,
to Bridgerton,
I
but
thought-
Yeah, man, come on, man. You can't wear any color in Parliament as well. You should not. You see what I'm saying? And I said it even in the Senate. I see some of them in the yellow ties and all that. You're not supposed to be doing that. They're tones. Hey, it's almost like your dress Shanique.
Shanique, yes.
I actually had a tie, it's green.
Yes, yes.
But on camera, it looked like I was wearing a yellow PFP tie, but it was actually House Assembly green.
Yes.
And like you, people probably say you were yellow, but that's actually a green.
Absolutely.
But you can't wear any color.
I'm so happy, Ruben, you stuck me in there.
No, but it's true. You can't wear any color in the house.
I saw myself on the screen. I'm like, oh gosh, this is yellow. This looks yellow, but it's not yellow everywhere.
No, it's not yellow.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not yellow. So you got to be careful of your dress. You can actually be told you can't wear that or change or leave the house and change it. I thought that
It was a bit much.
yeah.
And then, Ruben, be fair. Everyone is trying to sort of stand out.
Let the women do that. When you go behind, when you cross those bars, there are procedures and there are rules.
The Minister of State in Health
It's written in the documents.
Owen Wells is taking his oath, a newcomer to politics.
A newcomer
he
to
won
politics,
the St. James
yes.
seat with a new seat being created following the Boundaries Commission report. So certainly an historic day for Mr. Owen Wells.
Yeah, Janae, a lot is being expected of him. I'll tell you, these state ministers, they will not sit and coast along. People are expecting them to sort of bring up the rear of the ministries they're assigned to. So Owen Wells is no different there. People are expecting a lot from him in the entire overhaul and further strengthening of the public health sector. Obviously, we see we are about to go into the opposition swearing-ins. Leader of the opposition, Michael Pintard. Yes, they are. Leader of the opposition, Michael Pintard, will step up now for his swearing-in.
But as they come, those ministers of states, they will be judged hard.
Yes.
But their key thing is not even to their performance, it's their relationship with their substantive minister. Again, there's some serious things. I know for a fact you will jack up or mess up. And if that substantive minister don't want, you'll be a paperweight coming there all day, getting nothing done. He'll pull all your portfolios from
I, Michael Pintard, do solemnly affirm that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
Yeah, she looks quite lovely in that baby blue.
Yes.
I, Michael Pintard, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
The leader of the opposition, Michael Pintard, signing and obviously taking his oath. We talked about the opposition's performance in the last election and now having to sit in Parliament. Many persons after the election made some comments about the direction that Pintard should take coming out of the election. Many were calling for him to resign. Many are looking to see what the opposition will do in this term. They've gained one in the person of Lincoln Deal, Michaela Barnett Ellis, also getting the Killarney seat. Is not addition, but she actually replaces Killarney former MP Hubert Minnis. And so it'll be interesting to see the makeup of the official opposition moving forward, especially given the numbers. There's some concern there that, we need a strong, robust opposition to see democracy at full play.
I have a feeling, pardon me, one second, woman. I have a feeling the numbers won't matter this term. This opposition has come out the gate intended on having their voices heard, being more vocal. Remember, they were overshadowed the last term by another political organization. This opposition now, even the ones who look at the ones who lost their bids to be re-elected. For example, Shannon Cartwright, out there shooting a video and sending it out. This is what they intend on doing. I feel, remember one term where it appeared as though the election campaign never stopped? They intend to make this term that.
Well, an historic moment before we get into that discussion for Randy Roll, new seat, the Bimini seat being created, and also his first time in the House of Assembly.
He also will serve as a parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, something that he's quite familiar with and performed quite well at, in fact, the last term.
Yeah, Randy Roll is a groundhog. He, like Prime Minister Davis, is a groundhog. Whatever his limitation is, his ability to get in there and meet people, is just astounding. I've served with him in the Senate, and I always cracked him about it. So those who don't understand the term, it's really an enduring term in politician. It means you can get in there, and somebody could be bigger than you, somebody could be more important, even more intelligent than you, but you just have the ability to get in there and touch people. He has that spirit in him. I anticipate that there's a great degree of respect for him and that he'll probably go good places. I have to say, too, because of the very appearance, we're judging appearance, Brother Roberts, who was just sworn in,
Roberts.
he is a reflection of Dad.
True statement.
In a sense, well, I wouldn't say statement, but so in a sense, it was like nostalgic.
Yeah,
it was like
seeing him a moment ago.
Big Brad.
Yeah.
Just walk back in. Sometimes we must stop, put our politics aside, and just appreciate things.
What it is.
Yeah.
What made Glennis so great? And remember, I tell you, she has boundaries. She believes in legacy because she carries a legacy proudly.
Of her father.
You know, and so when we see that kind of pride, we see better service.
A newcomer to politics as well, Central and South Abaco MP Bradley Fox Jr. Also notes coming in saying, you know, he's the first person of color we've seen for that constituency in Abaco ever. And so this is the type of representation. Some person said, well, it really doesn't matter. We just want true representation on the ground. What are your thoughts on that, Glenisha and also Ruben?
Go ahead, I'll go after you.
Well, new representation is always great, first of all. You always bring fresh ideas to, of course, the party where you have people that are returning to their seats. So I'm happy to see that people are reaching out and saying, well, maybe we should give someone new a chance in this area so we can have some fresh ideas, especially for Family Islands where they are craving and demanding infrastructure and development.
Especially Abaco after Dorian, looking
Especially
to rebuild.
Abaco.
And, you know, Abaco has always been able to hold their own, but they've been now more so than ever advocating for real and true representation in those areas. Ruben?
Obviously, when you see, and yes, it is factually accurate that he's the first person of color to represent them. But the same way majority rule applies to Commonwealth of Happiness, majority rule in Abaco, which is majority Conky Joes.
Yes.
All right? And what it simply means is that they are so non-concerned with your race that they vote for you based on your substance. So it's good to see, though he is a man of color, that obviously by him winning this, that he has substance that they do appreciate.
And that is all they want.
Abaco is like, what that constituency name? Oh Lord, we always talk about them people. Who could handle money good. Anyway, come right back to
the North Luther Spanish Wells?
Boy, they can handle it. So Abaco has the whole makeup of that society is about entrepreneurial spirit and doing these and get things done. So when you see anyone who raised to that ranks in Parliament, it shows that they believe that this person has an acumen towards entrepreneurship, development, and have a strong bound. Family Island representation is more heartfelt than even New Providence.
And all they want, like Abaco, for example, is to ensure that that member of parliament, that local government can get and put systems in place so they can continue doing just what you say, what they've always done, and that is basically be self-sustaining.
Yes.
Kingsley Smith, representative now for West Grand Bahama, taking that oath, now signing, and we see another opposition member, Kwesi Thompson. He's about to take his oath, and some have suggested that he could possibly be looking for some elevation in the opposition or the opposition party if and when that time comes.
Kwesi is indeed competent. Actually, at the bench that we see now with the opposition is full of competency. I totally agree with Shanique. You're going to see fight in the dog. Yeah, you're going to see how much fight is in the dog today. We've seen even the PLP was down to lower numbers. It's the fight. The distractions that was in the House from persons who was there. See, when persons are there, they're voted into the House regardless of their party. That's why members could do what they want. That's why they can cross the aisles. And so really we must understand, although the bearing of the discussion on the leadership of the party on the outside is very, very critical, it still comes back down to the makeup in the House. I could even go to the extreme. Even if the party decide they want to fire Brave Davis or Michael Pintard, but the members in the House, if we want to keep him as Prime Minister, the party can't do
anything about it
in law. So when we come to this and we look at this right now, as long as he holds the confidence of those that are there in their House, he will remain leader of opposition regardless, because he has that space, and I do believe there's fight. because the bar is higher for the Progressive Liberal Party, so the room for error is less. And with the cloud that is happening right now, there's already so many questions, and it's so easy right now why it's good for him to be leader, because he can say, see, I just was saying this 2 weeks ago. So it's important, in my opinion, to keep him in place right now to see what is being done.
Well, Adrian White for St. Anne's, he's become a favorite on the campaign trail. Everyone was interested to see what the representative was doing, or who he was calling out, or even his dance moves, but also his representation, and obviously the Free National Movement being able to hold that St. Anne's seat.
A likable candidate, obviously member of parliament. Everyone, regardless of where you sit or stand politically, you like Adrian White because he's a friendly guy, very open and warm to whomever it is that he is around and speaking with.
Groundhog, I think he has a flair of Sir Lyndon,
a lot of personality.
Ingram, he had flair of Christy. He put them all together. He could beat Christy Dancer. He definitely could beat Prime Minister Davis Dancer. Prime Minister got that.
No, let me tell you, Adrian White have a muggle on him. They call it the muggle. Adrian can out-muggle anybody.
Because I still want to know what it is that Brave Davis, Prime Minister, that dance that he does. I just want it named. That's all I want.
Well, I'll copy
nice
right
dance.
Another persons were excited to see return to Parliament is Andre Rollins. He, of course, would have served under the Christie administration before crossing over. But I remember covering Andre back in the day in Parliament, and it was never a dull day in the House of Assembly
Ruben, what do we
with
expect
Andre Rollins.
From now sort of a re-emerged, newly re-elected, some years later, Andre Rollins?
In a Family Island seat.
Actually, Rollins, in my opinion, has been sharper and more efficient. He would be a kind of a Moses once cast out of Egypt and come back in. He had his epiphany, a better experience, and that he's more anchored in himself. He's more mature in that he's always been an intelligent man. Michael Abanis Ellis, you see also Adrian White. The bench of the opposition is very, very strong and dynamic. Legislatively, they're personable, they're articulate, and I think compared to last term and this term, this is a higher punching, stronger level opposition, and I don't think it should be tampered with unless proven otherwise deficient.
I think a Lincoln deal is also quite promising after hearing his name being pushed out there for perhaps one of those leadership positions, mainly deputy leader, because they see also obviously a future in Lincoln. Lincoln went in there, by a slim margin, but a win is a win, and he won Freetown, and he's quite promising. He's shown himself to be astute in business and successful there. People feel as though he can step up to leadership.
Shawn dove across the line. A goal is a goal.
A goal is a goal.
And y'all don't know my attitude.
A win is a win.
People talk bad, but the COI solicitor, they earned that.
A win is a win.
And the same thing with that. And he was up against tremendous odds. Blue was not a pushover, well-resourced. Monroe was not a pushover, well-resourced and experienced in that regard. And so he's doing well. I think people need to just lay everything aside because he ain't no deputy offer. He's nothing offering right now. The way you prepare yourself is build yourself now, so when the opportunity does come to offer, you could then consider that. But if you think about it now, you'll become an affront to your team and you'll start undermining each other. Michael is the leader of the party. Work as best you can, and when the opportunity opens up, then you could switch into that gear.
Wanted to talk briefly about Michael Barnett Ellis in the Killarney seat, winning over Robin Lyons and also the CEI's MacGyver in the recent general election. She would have just taken her oath and is now signing the register. But now we have another opposition member, the Michael representative, Mr. Joe Ferguson.
Police officer.
The former police officer, and J. Leo Ferguson, I stand to be corrected, former police officer. He's representing the Michael constituency. One of the last persons ratified on the campaign trail. There was some issue over his retirement and pension and being eligible. But here he is today, sitting in the halls of Parliament. Last to be ratified, had a short sprint to election day, but the people voted overwhelmingly to support him in this role in this constituency.
In the Family Island community, many times like this is a matter of a heart. For him being a career police officer and working those islands, people get to know him ahead of time. And yes, it was wise, but you don't want to lose your life pension and your life worth 2 weeks out from retirement. So it's best to just wait that out and do it. But obviously it paid off for him. And
Frasiette Gibson from Grand Bahama Central, Grand Bahama, she would have secured that seat. That seat was formerly held by Iram Lewis, who formerly represented the Central Grand Bahama seat for the Free National Movement before switching to the COI. He was their only representative of Parliament, and that seat now returning to the Free National Movement fold. Has always been a Free National Movement seat, and Frasiette, again, another woman in politics, taking the bull by the horn now in Central Grand Bahama for representation.
And a very impressive one at that. Someone who has put her tentacles down in local government, and so therefore she's used to serving communities around Grand Bahama and representing them, being their voice. People are very, very anticipating exactly what else she brings and will bring to Central Grand Bahama now as Member of Parliament. We see Lincoln Deal, the Member of Parliament elect, of course being sworn in right now, so officially Member of Parliament for Freetown. This is the Lincoln Deal who many are hinging their bets on that will play a pivotal role in the Free National Movement as it sort of, I guess, restructures itself for the future and moving forward.
Well, Lincoln has always been playing a pivotal role in the Free National Movement historically through many different iterations of leadership, and also being the campaign general for our former Prime Minister and close. It was a very emotional moment to experience what he experienced with our former Prime Minister. He was also contending for Kalani after. Therefore, so when you work with somebody so closely and literally kept the thing alive, because prime ministers are busy, kept Kalani for those times alive. So he's very experienced politically, but he's a novice in the arena right now. My advice to him would be, is that take the level of respect you have and allow that to give you as much opportunities as possible to get your feet wet in here. Because when the battles start in there, David and Goliath don't apply unless you have the Holy Spirit to guide you, because you need the level of experience and you have to be able to take the chafing.
You must.
It was not easy for Brave Davis when he was opposition leader. It was not easy.
No.
And it's not easy for Michael Pindad. You could look and think you could do better, but you take that heat.
We're going to tap into some audio from that live feed there at the House of Assembly. Already I'm getting notes about some drama that's taking place in the House. We understand that the Elizabeth MP might have said, "So help us," as Kimsley took the oath, and
remember what I said?
all of these things are happening. We hear that Rollins would have said, "You can need it." And so again, we see some drama already taking place from the halls of Parliament. So we obviously want to stay attuned to what's happening inside of Parliament as these members continue to be sworn in.
For any constituency within the same, according to the tenure and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same, so help me God. Again? I, Sylvanus Petty.
Again, more members of Parliament being sworn in. Sylvanus Petty, who declared before the campaign trail that, I would like to be Prime Minister one day. Then he said he was not running and came back and said that, he would like to run. So again, we see him returning to Parliament for the North Eleuthera seat. Shanique?
I absolutely, Janea, this one is quite unassuming. I know he stepped out and wanted to not go into re-election in this election season. Of course, many people in North Eleuthera petitioned and asked for him to return successfully. Now he's done so. But when I say unassuming, Sylvanus Petty has worked extremely hard in North Eleuthera. I know so because he obviously commissioned this show to go to North Eleuthera twice to be able to draw attention to areas he wanted improvements on, whether it was immigration, the North Eleuthera airport, and so many other things. And to watch him work overnight with teams and crews was quite impressive. And this is why he sits there right now as the now newly re-elected member of North Eleuthera. And so, we expect hopefully more from him. To be more vocal and to make a greater impact and presence. Someone, again, who also doesn't look at politics. He is friendly with both sides. You see him shaking each member of Parliament for the opposition, shaking their hands as he walks by. He's always been that kind of member of Parliament.
I'm getting the feeling that they're going to be re-elected Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the House. I don't know, but based on the order of things,
Yes.
because the House is strategically set up in terms of how the layout is, in terms of the seating of the leader of the opposition.
And there we have, Madam Speaker, you just spoke about them possibly retaining those positions in Parliament.
Yeah, she looks lovely today.
She does.
But the thing about her mannerisms, you know, she talks with her head. The feathers, or they highlight the fact that when she talks, you can see that. So it looks like we're going to get to see roots and toots and Speaker of the House that we would have had before.
No, listen,
she will not disappoint.
Yes, and she speaks with her body and her whole being.
In her head, but I'll tell you this.
But she looked lovely
we have
that.
a more mature, seasoned. If she is to be Speaker, which we all are assuming at this point, she will be a different Speaker this time around.
Let's hear from...
She would be more mature,
Yes.
but still, she will still be her.
Charismatic.
Her passion in that. And when she's done, we do have to take a moment and give kudos to the wind beneath the wings of Parliament. People like David Fords and the Speakers of the House in 40 years. Everyone comes there rookie, looking good, but some of the people don't even realize that it's the clerk of the house who done spell everything out in crayon for them, say this, or gotta come to them. And he trying to be incognito, saying, no, get it right, because they are the most unbiased people in that house. They serve any administration for the sake of the betterment of Parliament. We got to give kudos to
Certainly,
David
Rashad is in the House, also Asheran.
Yes.
You talked about David. When I covered House of Assembly proceedings, it was Maurice Time, someone who I still call on for parliamentary advice. And so they have served without favor to anyone, like you said, and have done incredible work. So as you said, we obviously want to recognize the work that they put in. And they know the parliamentary procedures better than anyone else. And they are well trained. I know oftentimes they are seen going to conferences, regional conferences, global conferences about parliaments and how they should run. And even when we talk about the advancement of Parliament, those are the people that you call.
Exactly. You may be Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, but when you reach in that place, you have to get it right.
Exactly.
And I've seen Prime Ministers who had sense and leaders of opposition listen. And I've seen some who had arrogance regret not listening, because his job is not to stop you from doing what you want to do, but to say, sir, you have to do it this way or that way. You know, and I've seen it in my experience, and I've served in the lower and in the upper house. So you have to respect them. I survived by asking advice, is it proper? Can I do this? Where do I stand? I survived beatings and I stood strong because I know what the rule was. Many times when the president or even the speaker didn't know, because I went ahead of time and say, is this proper? Help me know the rules. So when I stood with confidence because I know what you could do.
And that's what they're for.
And that's what they're there for.
They're to manage the proceedings of House and obviously to assist the Speaker, but to assist
every
each
member. Yes.
And to ensure that each member shows up as his or her best self in there. And when you ignore that and disregard it, then you show up as being the emperor with no clothes on.
But may I add, they also help by the public, the press, and everyone, because it's the people's house. So the clerk of the house is there for us.
David is now taking his position.
Session of Parliament shall be held at such place and commence at such time as the Governor General may by proclamation appoint. Now, therefore, I, Dame Cynthia A. Pratt, Governor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby proclaim that the next session of Parliament shall be held in the city of Nassau, in the island of New Providence, on Wednesday, the 20th day of May, 2026, and shall commence at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Given under my hand and public seal of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Commonwealth of the Government of the Bahamas, in the city of Nassau, 8th day of April, in the year of our Lord, 2026, in the 4th year of His Majesty's reign. Cynthia A. Pratt, Governor General. God save the King. Next.
So aside from obviously electing a House Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, we know that there are other committees that are formed within Parliament, other positions, the House Whip, Leader of Opposition, and Government Business in the House. Let's talk about those roles, what they do, how important they are.
Well, Of them all, actually, one of the most important one is the Public Accounts Committee. Actually, it's one of the strongest power that the opposition leader have for terms of accountability and the setup and the maker, which is still led by the Speaker of the House themselves that oversees that. The issues, there's some of the things that will be internal that the leader of the opposition will do to appoint for.
Explain to us, Ruben, what's happening here with the parliamentary commissioner presenting a document.
The document that he's actually presenting is the results also of the general election, but pre-qualify all of them to begin to take the seat. Now, you notice when the proclamation was read, it's already almost 11 o'clock, but she stipulated a time from 10 o'clock. Because they could not even begun to start this process, even though the House has not fully been called to order yet, when there from the time that she said. So these must be registered and placed on the register of the House, which is the qualifier for you to be elected a member. Through the writ of election, it is determined that you, as an individual, command the majority support in each one of those seats, which are called constituencies.
Correct.
Fox Hill, Frederick Audley Mitchell, Freetown, Lincoln Deal, Garden Hills, Mario Boleg, Golden Gates, Pierre Glover Rule.
Your name is now legally being associated with the constituency, and henceforth, you are no longer Fred Mitchell, you are the member for. You are no longer Philip Brave Davis, you are the member for. So now this, for the young people, is you're seeing the transition from public, from private to public. And the House now is attaching your name to your constituency and recognize you as that. Because your authority rides not in Philip Brave Davis, it arises as the member for Cat Island.
Central Grand Bahama, Elizabeth Isadora Gibson, Frazette Isadora Gibson. East Grand Bahama, James Kwesi Thompson, Marco City, Michael Clifton Pintard, Pine Ridge, Ginger Maria Moxie, West Grand Bahama.
And you know those who presented, right? The parliamentary commissioner.
Yes.
Central South Abaco.
No one else, the parliamentary commissioner. And by the way, the provost marshal, you know when the House is dissolved, guess who runs the country?
Daniel Cornish.
Technically, the provost marshal. And the provost marshal will be coming along with the governor general reading the speech for the throne. A lot of people don't realize it. The prime minister don't control the defense force and police and those. He does, but he doesn't. They are under the governor general. And so they reign in the country when the houses get dissolved, and then now they're going to transfer that. So everything in here that we look and think is ceremonial speaks to protocol and things that are necessity for the transferring of power.
Long Island, Sylvester Andre Rollins.
Oh, that's Andre's name, Sylvester.
Honorable members, I will now invite nomination for the office of Speaker.
Now we have the nomination.
Now you see that.
Yes.
I rise to nominate the honorable member for Bamboo Town to be the next Speaker of the House of Assembly.
Is there a seconder?
Seconded.
Mr. Clerk, I second the nomination.
Any other nominees? Okay. No other nominees. It's been moved and seconded that the member for Bamboo Town be elected Speaker of the House of Assembly. As many in favor? Yeah, that's right. Sorry. Sorry.
Start already?
Huh? We didn't put the vote yet. She needs to leave.
They have to vote for something involving you got to recuse yourself out of it so the vote could take place.
Obviously,
Something
the speaker leaving the room after just
Yes.
being elected,
So
we saw
the
members.
clerk
Yes.
caught the glitch. And that's why they looked like they moved
Ordered
quick
her.
and then
Yes.
corrected it.
Yeah.
Procedural thing is very, very important.
Now, members of the opposition are standing and obviously in opposition.
After last year, I can't blame them.
It was a rough ride for them last year.
And if it frustrated them last year, I can't blame the government for saying, let's put it back.
Let's put it back, right?
Now, you notice they're leaving.
Yes.
Look up there. What's missing? No mace.
Right. So she returns.
You see? So it was convened, but Parliament still isn't in session. The Governor General gave the authorization for them to come and begin the process. Now that she has been certified, when she comes back in, she comes with the mace.
Behind the mace.
And when she walks with the mace, that's the symbol of authority that was just granted to her by the elected body. And then the House is in session, and then they can start transaction business of the House. They'll probably ask to change the venue, et cetera, et cetera. They'll do a couple preliminary things. Some things probably people will stand in reserve to be dealt at the next session, and they'll say some of the basic things that needs to be done so they can get to the speech from the throne.
At the Atlantis Resort.
Yes.
And obviously all of this happening very quickly. We were just sitting here and said elections was a week ago.
Right.
Yeah.
We're here now for the opening of Parliament. Next week we'll be back here for budget. So the course of events have to happen very quickly right after a general election.
No, it's a must. Budget in this country starts from March. They start collating all the information, putting everything else, getting your thoughts together and everything else. Any sensible government, when they're going into election, does not do a complete budget because you don't know how things will change. Quite frankly, even now, when the election was called and election was going on, even Prime Minister Davis and everyone them should have had turnover notes. All the cabinet cards parked because you don't know who would be. Turnover notes is this way everything is in case somebody new comes in. So it's a reset. So now they have to put the final touches on the budget, and the budget has to be finished within 4 weeks, and that's a lot. 41 people now are going to have to go through that budget. All of them, well, the majority of them have a minimum of hour in the budget. Many of them will have up to 4 hours in portfolios and presenting. Some of the times will run up to sometimes 2 a.m. and you got to finish by a certain time to get to the Senate.
With that being in the House of Assembly till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning covering. And sometimes the most essential things will come out 1 o'clock in the morning.
It has to be signed by July 1st. If not, you got this. The budget is the most consequential thing in our bill in our country, without which our country could shut down. No money is done, nothing is allocated, and it has to be done specifically on that time. By July 1st, the Governor General should have had that, signed that into law.
After the election, there's no brakes. Full gas, full feet on the pedal because things have to keep moving, and obviously the country still has to keep in motion.
The country has to run, exactly. And we mentioned, someone was talking about different things that must happen, agencies, and I'm like, government continues, you know. Yeah. While they are sort of reassembling because they've been newly re-elected, the country, the business of the country must still go on.
That's why we have a group of people in government called permanent
secretaries. Yeah.
That's a hard thing because some of them permanent secretaries need to be temporary. And we stack them politically, and they have agendas that can undermine. Yes. But yet they're critical. That's why the young people cannot understand this institution, why it's like that. They're critical for the seamless flow of government in that. And so they have to have certain constitutional protection to allow them to still keep it going. So that whole thing with continuation, yes, a government can come and cancel, but permanent secretaries ensure that the ministries keep flowing on the even keel.
We want to bring in some of our online viewers into the conversation. We were talking about the speaker. Some persons had an issue with the way she or her approach in the House, and we have a lot of people defending her online. They're saying she's not rude, she's the best, she's no pushover, and she knew her role. Others are saying it was the best speaker ever for the PLP. Others were saying, some comments that she made, they would quantify that as rude.
And I want to just interject right there. I'll tell you, these comments are right. Being a woman, it's a whole lot being a woman in Parliament in truly what is still a man's world, which is Parliament and government. And so for her to have to stand up to a combative member who is trying to almost strong arm her, she has had to adopt some of the posture that she did the last term. Yes, some of it was, ma'am, relax, calm down. You don't need to do all this. But she needed to assert some sort of strength to say, no, in this House, I'm the last voice, and I'm the voice. I'm the voice of God that you will abide by and respect. And so she had to kind of show herself and show her muscle from time to time. Necessarily so.
All right, so we're going to take it outside of the House of Assembly. Our Linton Ritchie Jr., he's standing by live with some reaction. Linton?
There's a motorcade.
Good morning. Ladies, well, of course, today is the first day that those parliamentarians were sworn in, and not even completely done with the swearing in yet. Controversy already kicked off from the inside of the House of Assembly. Now, during the swearing in for the MP for West Grand Bahama, Kingsley Ferguson, of course, when he was taking his oath, we heard persons in the background from the opposition. Member of Parliament for Long Island, Andre Rollins, hackling at Smith, noting that do not take it, do not take it. And of course, when it was time for Smith to answer the questions while he was taking his oath, we heard the Member of Parliament for East Grand Bahama, that was Kwesi Thompson. He said he better answer those questions. Now, of course, we know that this comes amid mounting controversy from, of course, that plane crash survivor, Mr. Jonathan Eric Gardner, who is now in federal custody in the United States of America. Of course, everyone is wondering, who is this politician? We know that yesterday, the Member of Parliament for West Grand Bahama, Kingsley Ferguson, denied all allegations, saying that things that were put out against him were salacious and defamatory. Now, it didn't stop there. It went on to when the Member of Parliament for Long Island, Andre Rollins, he went up to take his oath. We saw the Member of Parliament for Elizabeth, Jobette Colby Davis. She continued to say in the background, God help us, God help us, God help us. And of course, once Mr. Rollins was done with his oath, he turned around, he stared at her, and he said, you will need it. So of course, there were some number of heated verbal altercations inside of the House of Assembly this morning on the first day of the swearing in. But I can tell you that, of course, over at the Senate, things looked a little bit different on that side of things. I sat in the gallery of the Senate where a number of senators were sworn in. That was completed. All 16 rather were sworn in. That was completed. And the president for the Senate was elected as Lachelle Adderley. Of course, she returned. She served as the Senate president in the last term. She's now back. We saw where the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Wayne Munro, he stood up motioning for her to be the president. And we saw where newly elected Senator and Minister of Economic Affairs, Jerome Fitzgerald, second Mrs. Adderley's presidency. So, of course, she returns as the Senate president. So everything is calm over there. But over at the House of Assembly, it's a totally different scene. There was a little bit of heated verbal altercation, as we said, between the Progressive Liberal Party and the Free National Movement. But we're standing by outside at this moment. Nobody has come out from either the House of Assembly or the Senate yet, but cars are here. And of course, they are preparing, as they, of course, will leave here and head over to Atlantis to hear the speech from the throne, of course. But we're standing by. That's all that's going on right here outside the House of Assembly. Sending it back to you at the desk.
Thanks so much, Arlington Ritchie Jr. joining us live from outside Parliament today, obviously giving us a breakdown of some of the developments that took place inside the House. And as he said, he was in the Senate when all of these happenings were taking place. Lachelle Adderley, of course, returning as president of the Senate. And we know that there's a full new complement of senators there for both the opposition and the governing party, as well as those three independent senators. But back to what Linton said and what we saw on our screen, the Speaker was then now officially taking her place with the mace. She returned inside Parliament, and so we also saw Bishop Valentino Williams. I'm guessing at this point will serve as chaplain again for the House of Assembly.
Yeah, most definitely. Philip Ramey is the first chaplain of the House of Assembly, and then also president of the Christian Council. But again, here it is again. These things are very critical for us to appreciate. That is why we have in our preamble abiding respect for Christian value, which was actually done, I think, by Arthur Folks, because Sir Lyndon had something else written in there, and he insisted, and Lyndon agreed, put it in. Why? Because the House cannot start without prayer.
Okay, and we'll take
That's why when I said, even though they were convening, the mace, this is how you can know, and when the mace arrive, they cannot start without prayer. Now we know the House is starting.
The House is now in session. We take you to live proceedings at the House of Assembly. Bishop Valentino Williams.
Become arrogant and pompous. Many start off with humility, but when power shows up and other vices, it causes them to veer off course and go down the street called pride. Proverbs chapter 16 verse 18 says, pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before the fall. In conclusion, let me hasten to remind each of you honorable members that service calls for selflessness, sacrifice, and sobriety. I leave you today with this riveting quote from Mahatma Gandhi, which says, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Selah. think and act on these things. Let us pray. Sovereign God of heaven and earth, we praise and we exalt your name. For this is the day that you have made, and we all will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for this great nation called the Bahamas. And we pray, Almighty God, for your continued protection, provision, and preservation. We pray that as a nation, we would always acknowledge your presence in all that we do. Your word says, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Father, your word further admonishes us to make supplications and prayers and intercessions and giving of thanks for all men and for kings and for all that are in authority, that they may lead a quiet and a peaceable life in all godliness and honesty. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior. Now, Heavenly Father, we pray for our political leaders who will serve in the lower and the upper house. We ask, Almighty God, that during this new legislative term, you would grant them wisdom, discernment, strength, and a servant's heart as they prepare to conduct the people's business. Almighty God, may each of them commit this day to lead with distinction, to lead with integrity, and to lead with humility. And as they bear the esteemed title of honorable, may they lead lives worthy of honor. Almighty God, safeguard our political leaders from selfishness, from greed, and from corruption. Your word says, for the love of money is the root of all evil, while some have coveted after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows. As they serve Almighty God, cause their hearts and their motives to be pure. May their singular focus be the advancement of this nation and not their personal agenda. You said in your word, if we pray anything according to your will, not only will you hear us, but you will answer us. We pray blessings upon today's proceedings, and may everything be done in decency and in order. We ask you for your continued blessings upon the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and all of God's people say, amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Yeah. Honorable members, before I proceed, I ask for your indulgence to first acknowledge the grace and providence of Almighty God, whose continued guidance we humbly seek in the discharge of our duties to this honorable House and to the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Honorable members, this day marks the reassembly of Parliament following the prorogation and dissolution of this honorable House, and the conclusion of a general election in which the Bahamian people have once again exercised their democratic right. In doing so, they have entrusted this new Parliament with their confidence, their expectations, and their hopes for the future. It is now our solemn responsibility to justify that trust. This Parliament stands firmly within a long and unbroken tradition of representative democracy,
It is an institution shaped over generations, sustained by the confidence of the people, and renewed in each parliament by those elected to serve within its walls. We are today the custodians of that inheritance. Honorable members, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the constituents of the great constituency of Bamboo Town for once again affording me the privilege of serving in this place. It is for them and through them that I proudly serve. To my family, thank you for being my bedrock. Even in the harshest of times, when my name entered unknown spaces, you carried me the most with your comfort and prayers. I also extend appreciation to all honorable members who have been returned or newly elected to this parliament. Your presence here is the product of public trust, and with it comes a duty that is both solemn and shared. To the team that carried me through this journey, you are the real champions. I further extend gratitude to the parliamentary staff, the clerk, and administrative officers of this honorable House, whose diligence and professionalism continue to sustain the effective functioning of this institution. To the right honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, I extend acknowledgement for the role played in the formation of this parliament and for your continued service, sir, to the Bahamian people. To the leader of the opposition, the honorable member for Marco City, and to all members of His Majesty's loyal opposition, I extend recognition of your place in this chamber and the constitutional role you are entrusted to fulfill, as am I. Honorable members, I'm humbled once again by the confidence placed in me to preside over the proceedings of this House. I undertake this responsibility with a renewed commitment to impartiality, fairness, and fidelity to the rules and conduct of this honorable House. The authority vested in the chair exists not for personal discretion, but for the protection of the dignity, order, and proper functioning of the Parliament. The rules of procedures are not ceremonial duty documents. They are the foundation upon which orderly debate and legislative responsibility rest. I expect that they will be observed in both letter and spirit. Honorable members, the privileges afforded to this House are profound, particularly that of freedom of speech within these walls. These privileges are preserved not by their existence alone, but by their responsible use. It is the duty of every member to ensure that what is protected is not diminished by misuse. In the conduct of business, decorum, attendance, I will repeat that, in the conduct of business, decorum, attendance, punctuality, and respect for the chair are not optional courtesies. They are necessary conditions for the proper functioning of Parliament. I expect that the proceedings of this House will reflect the seriousness of the mandate entrusted to us by the Bahamian people. Honorable members, the elections have concluded, and the people have spoken. It is now for us, across all sides of this House, to proceed with the work of Parliament in a manner that reflects the trust that has been renewed in this institution. As we begin this new Parliament, we do not as isolated voices, but as one institution charged with the responsibility of national stewardship. The work before us is not symbolic. It is substantive. It requires discipline, seriousness of purpose, and respect for the responsibilities we each carry. Honorable members, the future of every Bahamian will be shaped in no small measure by the decisions taken in this chamber. They are inheritors of the outcomes of our deliberations, and they are entitled to expect that we will act with clarity of purpose and commitment to national progress. In closing, let us approach this new Parliament with hope for what may be achieved, unity in the face of our differences, faith in our collective responsibility, and resolve to discharge the duties of this House with seriousness and integrity. Thank you. I now invite honorable members to elect from among yourselves a member to be the Deputy Speaker. The Chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate you on behalf of this side on selection as Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I rise to nominate the honorable member for North Eleuthera to be the Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? The Chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second that motion.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the honorable member for North Eleuthera be elected Deputy Speaker of the House. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The honorable member for North Eleuthera has been elected Deputy Speaker of the House. Honorable member, I congratulate you, and I now invite you to make remarks.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Gee. It's afternoon.
The Chair recognizes the honorable member for North Eleuthera.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Still morning?
Yeah, morning.
Oh, it's a beautiful day.
I'm in trouble already.
Honorable members, good morning. I would like to first thank God for another opportunity to serve the people of North Eleuthera. To the residents of North Eleuthera, thank you for believing in me and for once again placing your confidence and trust in my leadership. To my family members and friends, I'm always humble for your unwavering love and support throughout my political journey. On behalf of the House, let me welcome all members, old and new. To those returning, Angliston, welcome back. To those joining us for the first time, congratulations on earning the confidence of your constituents. The people of the Bahamas have spoken, and now our responsibility is to serve them. Our responsibility is to serve them. I pledge to carry out these duties with fairness, integrity, and dedication. As Deputy Speaker, my role is clear. I am here to uphold the standing orders, to preserve dignity of this honorable House and ensure that every member on both sides has the opportunity to be heard fairly and respectfully. I look forward to working with the Speaker and the Clerk of the Parliament and his staff and all of you to ensure that the business of the House proceeds smoothly and efficiently. May our deliberations be guided by wisdom, fairness, and a commitment to the people we represent. Thank you. The Lord be with you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now appoint the following members to be a committee to wait on Her Excellency, the Governor General. The Honourable Member for Fox Hill, the Honourable Member for Pine Ridge, and the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama. Honourable members, you will inform Her Excellency that the House has proceeded to the election of its Speaker, and I, Patricia DeVoe, Member of Parliament for the Bamboo Town constituency, have been so elected. You will also advise Her Excellency that the House desire to know when Her Excellency will be pleased to receive members of the House of Assembly in the presence of Her Excellency.
We got you, man.
While the proceedings of Parliament are carrying on at this hour, three members of Parliament were selected. That is the Central Grand Bahama MP, now Frazette Gibson, also the MP for Fox Hill, Fred Mitchell, and also the Pine Ridge MP, Ginger Moxie. They were selected by the House Speaker to go to Government House, give those documents, and inform her that a quorum is now in session of the House of Assembly, and then they'll make their way to the Atlantis Resort, where our Jose Etienne is standing by live with this speech from the throne. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
Wealth should not only belong to a select few. At Investar, we believe the door should be open to everyone. We provide options for planning a better future. Our investment funds are designed to assist you in reaching your long-term financial goals. Let us show you how.
Welcome to Paradise Premium Foods, where exceptional taste meets everyday convenience. Right in the heart of Hurricane Hole Plaza, whether you're planning a beachside brunch, an intimate dinner, or simply restocking your favorites, we offer only the finest selection of local and imported goods, handpicked for quality, freshness, and flavor. At Paradise Premium Foods, shopping is effortless, service is personal, and every visit feels like a treat. From gourmet meals to go, to organic essentials and indulgent treats, this is your neighborhood market elevated. Live well, eat better. Discover Paradise Premium Foods, now open at Hurricane Hole Plaza, Paradise Island. Paradise Premium Foods, taste the difference.
Live on your screens, three members of Parliament at Government House delivering that message to the Governor General that the House of Assembly has reconvened. Frazette Gibson, Central Grand Bahama, Fox Hill, Fred Mitchell, and Pine Ridge, Ginger Moxie. There you see the Governor General fully regaled in her blue dress at Government House, and she will make her way to the Senate, which is now set up at the Atlantis Resort. A lot of moving parts today. Of course, those three MPs will return to the House of Assembly.
That royal blue must be an unintentional theme.
Blue is the color.
I think I could say for mother.
Yes.
Because I always tell her that I love you as a governor general. You make the house, but the mother made the house. It's an unintentional collusion that all of them wearing that royal blue. It's a significant color that pops out, and it looks so lovely.
Very rich.
I just love how my Bahamian women shine, and I ain't ashamed of that.
We know.
Because it's not just sun, sand, and sea, but it's the beauty of that people come and it brings value. Yeah. So let us never hang our head down low when a woman polish and let her glory shine. She represents us well. The wife of our prime minister represents herself well, and the ladies in the house are representing themselves well. Now, in the first sitting of the house, I think all the decorum is going to go out the window. We don't see it starting to happen already, but that's what we expect. We're fighting for what we see is the interest of our people.
And down at the Senate, where Jose Etienne is standing by live at the Atlantis Resort, we'll also be able to see more fanfare, pomp, and pageantry there. Shanique, certainly is an exciting day. The fabric store, as I visited a fabric store, listen, they say, Janea, you're too late. Turn around. We don't have nothing left from the lace, the embroidery, I mean, the colors, the fashion, the feathers. I went by Judy. I think Judy at Judy's hat store, she was working well until 3 o'clock in the morning, making those fascinators, and everyone getting prepared as we see the convoy now heading back to the House of Assembly. Those 3 members of Parliament obviously going to take the message to the Governor General. They're returning now to the halls of Parliament. Again, lots of moving parts to get this done, and it's a stone's throw away, but it is quite a distance. So they're being transported by the caravan now through downtown Nassau.
And you would see this theater, Ruben, play out so beautifully. Of course, weather permitted, this would have all been happening downtown proper, and you would have seen it. But again, we are experiencing it just as well. We see now the first of the members of Parliament coming out. They have delivered their message to the Governor General, made her aware that the House has officially begun and everything that took place there to give her report. But this, I love to watch this happen in the opening of Parliament. It signifies who we are, the people that we mark, and the manner of our bearing.
Keep
just
these
really
traditions
awesome.
alive.
Love it. And that we keep these traditions alive.
But it's not, yes, it is tradition, and it links us back to our past, tremendous, strong. And our past has influenced the whole Western Hemisphere, India, all probably but China. But this is not just tradition, it is actually a legal process.
Constitutional.
That must be done constitutionally. And the Governor General must not seem to bend to anyone, though she submits to the Constitution.
Right.
But she represents a monarchy, so they have to go. They can't WhatsApp her and say,
Even though, we are very efficient. At the times we were looking for some of the wares, we see those senators now leaving. There's Clint Watson, all of the senators and their spouses. They're now leaving the Senate building.
Making their
going
way
through that process. They'll be making their way now
to Atlantis Resort.
The Atlantis Resort. Fitzgerald there. We're also seeing
Barbara Cartwright walking by.
Rick Fox.
Walking as well.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And it's beautiful again, Ellsworth Johnson and his spouse walking by from the Senate. Again, you are looking at senators leaving the Senate, making their way to their vehicles that are waiting in Parliament Square, obviously headed now to the Atlantis Resort for the official start and official sort of their speech from the throne and start of this parliamentary
speech from
session.
the throne, what we've all been waiting to hear. Obviously, we've been getting commentary from our online viewers. Someone else said, what do they want to see from the speech from the throne? A cleanup of the Registrar General's office. These are just some of the things that, persons they're expressing some of the changes that they want to see. Land reform, access to land. A lot of these issues touching home, we may think that persons are not in tune with what's happening on a national level, but I always like to get that feedback from the public to see where their pulse is at, to see what issues hit home the best. And obviously it's been a recurring theme, the cost of living, gas prices, some things that happen on an international level that some may say are beyond our control, but they would also like to see some teeth in some other areas, especially as it relates to land reform, the Registrar General's office, immigration. These are the issues that our viewers now hope will be addressed in this next legislative agenda. Galicia, I'll let you chime in. We haven't heard from you in a bit, especially with that youth perspective. And, you know, what do you make of what's happening today, the significance, and again, going back to what young people want? The PLP campaigned on progress. We see a full government now, opposition pledging to keep them accountable, and we want to really see those changes take place.
So off the bat, I can tell you one thing young people do not want to see is a lot of bickering in the House of Assembly.
That started already.
Yeah, that started already. I think let's try to keep that drama to a minimum and let's actually work. So young people, no matter what government or what party, they were turned off by attacks. It's one thing to hold a party accountable or hold the government accountable, but attacking people individually.
So when we saw those attacks on the campaign trail, that didn't resonate. Some of it was very performative and theatrical.
Right.
And I guess certain parties might have thought that it made sense.
Right.
In your view, no.
No.
We see now Fred Mitchell in between Frazette Gibson and Ginger Moxie reporting now to the Speaker what the Governor General would have said. That is how it operates, yes, Ruben?
Yeah, and we saw the Senate move. The Senate would have already dismissed. There's a fundamental difference between the upper and the lower house in terms of their procedure. And the upper house is higher, but the power is in the lower house. It's symbolic of the fact that, yes, even though we have a monarchy, the people are still in charge. And you see the instructions given. So they're reporting back. But they still cannot move now, because even though they report to the Governor General, they're reporting that they reported, but the Governor General had not responded yet to release them. So now you see Rashad about to move, and if it's done traditionally, he should take up the role of the black rod. And the black rod is now the instrument of the Governor General that will come back to the House and give them instructions to now convene so the Governor General could read the speech from the throne. The speech from the throne, though read by the Governor General, who represents the King, was written by the people, which is represented by the Prime Minister. You catch what I'm saying? So when we get concerned about, oh, we under the King, you got to understand how this is in terms of the structure. Now, what's going to happen is when he comes back, that door's going to get shut in his face.
Yeah, we're going to take it to the live stream now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to the following resolution.
Well, as we await the proceedings of the House of Assembly, our Jose Etienne standing by live at Atlantis, where parliamentarians will be making their way. Jose?
Well, Janae, as you said, we're still here live in the Imperial Ballroom here at the Atlantis Resort over Paradise Island, where perhaps in less than an hour, the Governor General, the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and other newly sworn-in government officials and opposition officials alike will make their way here to the resort, where we will all hear the speech from the throne delivered as we become made aware of what government officials, what will be the key priority, the key legislative agenda for government as it's moved forward in its second consecutive term. Now, I have standing alongside me Free National Movement Chairman, Dr. Dwayne Sands. Thank you for joining me, sir. We see this is you on. Yes, sir, pleasure. You're no stranger to this. You've been around for a long time. Let's talk about the importance of this, right? Quite a traditional experience here.
So the Bahamas has enjoyed a parliamentary democracy for almost 300 years. We're the third oldest democracy in the Western Hemisphere. And so while this process is very different than it has been in the past, it is still an important footnote to peaceful transition of power. And as Bahamians, we should all be proud of a peaceful democracy. While people may not have gotten the outcome or the results that they wanted, we should thank God that the will of the people has been heard.
And you are one of those persons, obviously your bid was unsuccessful, but nonetheless, as Free National Movement Chairman, how proud of you of your team members? You have put some new faces in Parliament, some new faces in the Senate. How proud are you of your team?
Oh, absolutely. I think they're all to be commended. I think they put up a gallant battle, and the Bahamian people can expect that they will hold this government's feet to the fire. And we will support where support is appropriate, and we will oppose in the interest of the Bahamian people.
Now, while some persons are concerned about the future of the Free National Movement, as chairman, what do you say to those concerned individuals, those critics?
The future is bright. I don't want to put a pall on the proceedings today, but, it is not lost that the backstory is that there's a cloud over this parliamentary opening. And, there are proceedings in courts elsewhere that make this day somewhat bittersweet for Bahamians. And I think Bahamians want to know which parliamentarian cut a deal in the precincts of the House of Assembly. There are other issues, but we're not going to go into those at this point. Today is a day for celebration. Today is a day to celebrate democracy. Let's focus on that.
Thank you. You just heard from Dr. Sands, Free National Movement Chairman. Thank you, sir, once again. So, Janea, again, we spoke about it moments ago, pump and pageantry, the order of the day here. And so the room is pretty much packed to capacity, right? I mean, packed to the rafters. Lots of persons are trickling in. As a matter of fact, we do expect, perhaps in less than an hour, for officials to make their way here as officials begin to now listen to the Governor General as she makes her presentation. But Dr. San, before I let you go, I have one critical question that I must ask you. Why not a senator?
I have a platform. As the chairman of the Free National Movement, there's no challenge with getting my message out to the Bahamian people. And so if you have, 8 elected members of parliament, 4 senators, and a number of party officers, it doesn't make sense concentrating that power 2 posts into 1 person. And so, as chairman of the Free National Movement, I'm perfectly capable of getting my message out.
I promise that was my last question. Thank you, Dr. Sands. So, Janelle, I'm going to send it back to you. Of course, we'll be standing by live as we expect for officials to make their way here as we listen out for the speech from the throne. For now, I'm Jose Edian, standing alongside Free National Movement Chairman Dr. Dwayne Sands. I'm going to send it back to you in studio.
Thanks so much. Jose Etienne live at the Atlantis Resort with the chairman of the Free National Movement, Dr. Dwayne Sands. We now see what is taking place in Parliament. I do believe that they are preparing to exit the halls of Parliament as the Speaker makes her way out, followed by the members of Parliament, their spouses who are in the gallery, and they will make their way down to the Atlantis Resort, where we will hear from the Governor General, who will extend the speech from the throne.
I know many of our viewers online are asking for, Janea, that we pause for a moment and give a red carpet show. They say, after all, come on, this is our Academy Awards.
So as they exit the House of Assembly, we want to have our persons on standby, setting up so you can see all of the wares from all of the individuals. I tell you, we could sit up here and talk all day. They want to see the fashion.
I think they'll have a better chance at the actual sort of going in, even at the Atlantis Resort. Hopefully we have something set up there where you all can have your feast and see how everyone is dressed and how they turned out.
A great showing by the ladies and the men, some that we didn't so much agree with, but I see on social media some people are giving him his props, Miguel Barnaby, for standing out.
For originality.
For being original.
Quite original.
If he don't get it for anything else.
But originality ain't relevant in procedures. But for originality.
Miguel, we'll certainly give you that. Again, House proceedings are wrapping up. They head now to the Senate. A conversation that we were having online when we look at, let's talk about the size of, we already had an increase in MPs. We've had an increase in cabinet ministers. And then we've also talked about the payout of this. What does this mean for the budget of government? How much money do senators make, MPs make? And, it's not an easy thing for the electorate to digest when you talk about increases for members of parliament, those who serve in public life. Thoughts?
So definitely, youth perspective. A lot of people criticize the government heavily for that. But like I said, when you talk about progress, what we have, it's okay. We ask for more. They're giving us more. We have 2 new ministries that require people to work. You have new jobs available, more opportunities. So the whole brain drain, maybe we could now have people come back home because there's a ministry that focuses on innovation. So to me, gotta spend money to make some money. But I also want us to continue to hold our government accountable to make sure that they're not abusing the public pocket. So that's my perspective on that.
I think while we have a GDP of around, 12 billion, I think it's important, though, to properly pay our elected officials. We expect a ton from them. The Prime Minister makes around $86,000 a year. That is almost... It's shocking to know that we are still right there. Senators make substantially less. We know what members of parliament make, and then, of course, there's the constituency allowance. I think once we sufficiently pay these people, there are a lot is demanded of them. They are even more in a new term now in 2026. So pay them accordingly, and so that, again, we all can move forward together as a nation where our elected officials are paid well, and we expect even more from them as a result.
Right. You're right, and just for reference to the constituency allowance isn't for personal consumption, though it may be sent to an assigned account operated by the MP. Don't mind that foolishness. And I still keep my record because I don't trust nobody inside government or not. Every 3 months, I give an exact accounting of what was actually presented.
We're going to pause right there, give the people what they want to see. Those parliamentarians, their spouses, their wives, they are exiting the halls of Parliament. And so we're going to call this our fashion catwalk today.
That's right, yeah.
Well, of course, right now we are waiting for parliamentarians to walk outside with their spouses, but we've gotten the green light that we are expected to see some of them make their way down very shortly. But of course, as you said, Janaea, we're going to call this a catwalk so you all can get a look at exactly what they all are wearing here today on this momentous occasion here, the opening of Parliament, as they are expected to leave here at the House of Assembly and make their way over to Atlantis, where the speech of the throne will be given. But of course, we are standing by outside, waiting for them to walk out. We believe that we will see Prime Minister Philip Davis first, along with Mrs. Davis, followed by the Deputy Prime Minister Chester Cooper. Directly across on the other side, we see the DPM. He's leaving with Mrs. Cooper. We see Michael Barnett Ellis. Of course, we did not expect him to come over from that side. Of course, we'll make way over and we'll move. You see the leader of the opposition, Mr. Michael Pintard. He is walking out with his wife. Of course, we didn't expect them to walk out this way. We do apologize for the movement. But what you're getting a look at is the leader of the opposition and his wife, Mrs. Pintard. You see the member of parliament, Michael Barnett Ellis for Killarney, with her daughter. They're preparing to make their way over to Atlantis. And now, if my cameraman can pan, you can take a look at the member of parliament for St. Anne's, Adrian White. He's walking out. Mr. Andre Rawlins for Long Island. Ms. Fraser Gibson for Central Grand Bahama. Mr. Rawlins, what took place inside the house? Really quickly, if you could just tell us what happened with that. Okay, no. That's all we are seeing for right now, but of course we expect to see more parliamentarians make their way outside. If my cameraman can just move forward with me, back over to where we were stationed.
Of course, just a glimpse of what they're wearing, what they had on, who wore it best. We see Adrian.
I like the who wore it best.
The who wore it best, right? Adrian White, obviously, in a top hat, something that we haven't seen in recent times. So it was a good showing. I like how they really played into the traditions and also give some people what they want. That's what we want to see. Yeah. We want to see, who's wearing what. And the ladies, of course, showed out. We saw a lot of blues, a lot of different hues of blues. We saw the wife of the Deputy Prime Minister, a nice pastel pale green with some peaches, nice spring colors. And so everyone really looks good today. I think they're standing out today.
Yes. And speaking of Adrian, isn't he in the traditional sort of morning suit, top hat? I mean, very British.
Yes, everyone that has been assigned or invited to this event would have been told what they should wear, and morning suit would have been it. Now, that will be the ceremony requirement, and then there's the tolerated assignment where you can have your business suit or whatever else. So there's restricted. This is similar to the courthouse. Lawyers can't go in
fashions are
pastels
coming
to
out. We have
courthouses.
the speaker coming out. Other wives and spouses of those elected MPs are now using the front entrance. There you see Prime Minister Philip Davis with his wife, Anne-Marie Davis. She's suited in it looks to be a off-white cream ensemble with a lovely fascinator with feathers. We see Glenys Hannah Martin. We see the MPs for Eleuthera.
Clay Sweeting's
Clay
wife,
Sweeting and her
is
wife.
a beautiful color.
Beautiful pink and blues. We see Joe Beth Colby
Is that a
Davis
mauve?
in a
Mauve, that's
deep
it.
blue.
Yes, a royal blue, and her spouse. Of course, that's her aide and assistant there. We see Ginger Moxie there.
With her son, I believe.
Always well turned out.
And hats and gloves are
Hats,
also
gloves,
very ceremonial.
fascinators.
Yes.
That is a beautiful black.
It wasn't deliberate that the opposition who came out through the back door and the government is coming out through the front door. Is this a foretaste of what we can expect in the government?
So we're not sure. We did see the deputy prime minister come
for the
out. We're not
opposition,
sure.
sting
Yes.
for the government. But it is interesting that they did come out, the cameraman had the switch.
Yes.
And they were all opposition persons coming out through the back door.
Certainly.
The escape hatch, and the government is coming out through the front door. But they're all government.
Yes, Mario Boleg and his wife. We see Jomo Campbell.
That's a beautiful gown.
He is sporting a
Along
very
with
good smile.
his wife, Jomo Campbell. There's Pia Glover-Roll and her husband. I like what she's wearing. It's a figure-hugging dress with a bit of see-through, but yet so tastefully done.
Yes.
Quite nice.
Of course, at this time, all parliamentarians have been officially sworn in to represent
Also
their
have Miles Lorota,
constituencies. We
his
saw
wife.
over the past 5 days where they were sworn in over at Government House to represent their respective ministries. But here today, everyone is dressed down for the occasion, as this marks the opening of Parliament, which signals the beginning of the legislative term for the Progressive Liberal Party.
You know, the House of Commons, for its formal dress inside the precincts themselves, they have relaxed that quite a bit. I've seen members of the House of Commons wearing fluorescent green suit, like your green dress at the piano. I've seen it. I say, what is this?
Thank you once again for reinforcing that this is a green dress. Thank you. Thank you.
And so
Okay, cool.
the question would be, I think we should come to a point where we decide whether we want to value the tradition for the sake of our children to learn, or we're going to just go to where we're going. Because right now,
Can we
even with the
straddle that
appearance of the
fence?
men,
Yeah.
we seem to be
Up and down.
up or down. But for the sanctity of it, let's make up our mind where we
I
want
think
to
we should
go.
I believe so
It's
as
a
well.
special occasion. It's
It
a
is.
chance for you to really show out your wares, your creativity as self-expression, and to maintain that tradition. I think shows like Bridgerton really kind of brought us back to that.
Yes.
A lot of persons had
Yes.
tea parties centered around those themes, many events centered around those themes, and sometimes you just want to show out to be the belle of the ball. Who will be crowned the diamond? Right?
Let's make an agreement. Stop mentioning Bridgerton, because I love Penelope, man.
You love Penelope.
Watch me walk up this show. Penelope is my girl. I love me some Penelope, okay? All right? But you're right. You see,
Shows like that really brought
we
it
don't
home
want
for
our
me.
children to lose it, because
Yes.
what happens over time, they can want to
It
change the
disappears.
coat of arms.
Right.
Absolutely.
Some things we preserve
Must
because it
remain.
represents where we
Absolutely.
are
Yeah.
while you are taking us where we're going.
Exactly. I love it. I really think it's something that we should keep every time I see, the big fascinators. My mom, she's a big fan of that. She said, I tell her, a fascinator, hate to see her come in. Every Sunday, sis, in a fascinator, okay? Matching shoes, belt, so I love it.
Leon Lundy and his spouse, yes.
We talk about being settled in our dress, but we meet in a big pink house.
But I said, for me, that's a traditional government color. When you see that pink, you see that on
Government
the
building.
government clinic.
Yeah,
The pink and green,
but the pink in that, the house is designed after the houses in Carolinas or Georgetown. And what happens is this: you see, the pink also was back before we had the pastel, and pink was very expensive. Pink was actually for painting, not painting houses, painting portraits. And there's something that we used to do called a lime kiln. We still do that now with the conch shells, and that is what is the reason why we see government house and a lot of historical house end up with that color and the design that goes towards which was traditionally actually available during that time.
Newcomers to Parliament, Sebastian, also with his partner there, a lovely cream ensemble, corset, bodice.
I love that. I love that corset.
I love that.
Bottom, and
That looks like Bridgerton.
That's an interesting spin on the whole thing. It's almost like from elegant to superhero when it pop out, like a Wonder Woman wants to
I love
pop
that.
out.
Very elegant and very tastefully done.
Yeah.
But it's built for their body, and I love looking at the women. You can tell they are wearing outfits for their body type.
Absolutely.
And fashion isn't about the clothing isn't fashion.
No.
How you rock what you
how
wear
you
is
move.
fashion.
Exactly. And all the ladies so far have gotten it right. Whether they be, however their bodies are, they're accentuating their look
This
by
is
what they
another
wear.
lovely look in the black
It
and
is.
white with the hat. I love that. The pearls really accentuating that outfit. And I'm a sucker for the big. I call it the spaceship hat. I'm a sucker for that because it does something to an outfit. It really sets it off.
President Trump just released a UFO file, so all the saucer hats are going to come back in. But she wear it so well. And you know what I love about it? For the most part, I see the women have their runway game. Because you could be sexy and your face gets scowled and sour. And even though they're in the element, it's either just the joy in their heart or they realize that we are watching, but they're doing runway. They're smiling, they're expressing, and people are able to see them. And it's good. They're representing well.
Kurt Cornish. We also see Mikel Barnaby and his wife.
Listen, Mikel and his wife had that plan. I know you talk saying Mikel didn't quite get the assignment, but his lapel matches his wife's sort of that top piece of her dress.
I don't want to say he shouldn't then come to the house and sit next to her, but she looks beautiful. I love her. When I see her outfit, it just fits her so snugly and appropriately. And I give kudos to his wife and for her choice.
We also see Bacchus roll his wife in a lovely hunter green, accentuated by a orange hat, ruffles, feathers happening there. Wade Watson.
The bow tie craze is spreading.
Yes.
Bacchus, he's always in his bow
Always
tie.
in a bow tie.
Ramon Herrera was one of the few who was doing it before, and so it's good to see that. Bacchus has been
But Mikel isn't and what do you call those? A morning suit with the tails. So
Yes.
he got it right. He just exaggerated it a bit, but it's right. It's right along with what should happen.
He looks good.
Now that he's out the house,
We can see
I
how-
can cut
yes.
him slack.
Yes.
You can see it
In the house, it's wrong.
We have an appreciation.
No. He looks good. That's never in question. Even on a down day, meet him in the street, he dresses well.
He does.
As a person, he's a debonair kind of man. So it has nothing to do with the looks. It's just that it was not for the occasion. But they look wonderful
They look
together.
wonderful together. I love the
His
petticoat
wife
type
outfit, Shanika, I see what you mean. Literally marries his outfit, and it looks like an ensemble.
It does.
It looks like an ensemble
And this is perhaps
between.
what the thought was because they look amazing together standing there.
Yeah.
We see Darren Pickstock. His wife, again, we see the blues coming out. And this is blue from head to toe, blue with a
Stunning.
silver waist.
Yes.
Some pleats at the bottom of that skirt that's flared. We see
This
Owen
appears
Wells
to be sort of
for
a-
St. James and
This
his
is-
wife in a
this
sage
gr-
green with the
really
sparkles,
awesome, yeah.
the sheer sleeve. That fascinator again, the feathers were moving.
But you see, traditional down, the morning suit, women always look more beautiful than men, except in nature. The peacocks have the feather,
Yes,
men look
yes.
good. But you see how the morning suit blends with whatever your wife wear.
Yes.
So in a sense, it
It's not
allows her
competing.
to
shine.
the shine even more, but yet you look formal and tasteful, and it controlled us. His morning suit looks very, very well, fits him well, and his wife look beautiful. The makeup is very well too. I am a stickler for makeup. Not everybody can handle it properly.
They all get it. They all got it right.
Yeah.
Bradley Fox Jr. now from Central and South Abaco,
And
and
his spouse,
this is
yes.
a lovely sky blue, baby blue, with the matching hat. Finally, we have exiting the House of Assembly. We can see who is behind here.
This is Obi Roberts. It appears in front here, in front of the camera right here.
Jamal Strawn,
Now Jamal Strawn and his spouse. I like how the ladies really turned out. Sometimes you can almost have a bit of a fashion faux pas, but today they all seem to have hit it just right. The makeup, everything is complementing the warm weather. And look at it. Sometimes you have to listen to the forecast because it's not raining. It's wonderful, but again, if you're wondering why this is not all happening in the traditional way, which is downtown, right out in Parliament Square, it's because the forecast has forecasted showers, and so to be safe and keep everybody dry, the ceremony is continuing at the Atlantis Resort.
And that's why special consideration should always be given to the spouse. You must realize that once a spouse is with their spouse who is in office, they also become representatives of the country.
So do we start planning these outfits before Election Day to get all of this going, just in case?
They should, but Bahamian women always got something stashed. Yep. No, y'all, listen. My mom could put on a dress that she had 20 years ago, and I'm like, woo, when you buy that.
You put a new something on that and you get to go.
That's it.
Can I say, church keeps us in fashion for any occasion, but obviously we have a great industry with our seamstresses in this country. The representation, you see the wares for Miss Bahamas when our artisans design it. And these women are able to reach out to sisters. They got connection. I'll hatch you up and all that. And they're able to snap something together overnight like Wonder Woman spinning around. But they delivered, and I thank every one of them, because though they're not over the bar in the House of Assembly, they also represent me.
Yes.
And I am glad that they show us up very, very well. Lovely Bahamian women. I'm proud of all of them.
Lovely ladies. We also had some sites at the Atlantis Resort where all of the invited guests is not just confined to the spouses. The invited guests. Listen, it's going to be a whole other fashion show that I'm sure everyone is excited to see. There's been a lot of chatter online about it, and I guess we're still awaiting for everyone to be transported to the Atlantis Resort, a different structure, and they'll certainly be hearing from the speech from the throne. Janae?
Yes, absolutely. And Janae, it was so amazing. I think that seats about 4,000 people, perhaps a bit more than that, the big ballroom there at Atlantis, and it's basically full, with just now waiting for the members of Parliament and their spouses, the senators and their spouses, so that the ceremony begins. And again, we know that they are all fully dressed. We hope to be able to see that, but now all eyes are trained and ears on the speech from the throne, because what's more important than anything is this national agenda that Prime Minister Davis has made a case for, saying that he needs this expanded 29-member cabinet to be able to sort of be put their pieces in, play their roles, and be able to carry out this vision that he has for Bahamas that looks a whole lot different than it looks even today.
We spoke earlier this week with David, and he was talking about how this is also a regional change. We're seeing more and more cabinet ministers, portfolios being expanded, and according to him,
like Barbados, for example.
Right, it's a reflection of what's happening not only in the economy, but shifts in demographic, more responsive to the needs of your communities and with people. Glenisha, I'll let you chime in on that.
Like I said, I'm all for progress in the regards, because we were asking for it. As we get educated and we have more access to information, we demand more of our government. I also told people the other day, I was like, I know we need to keep our governments accountable, but let's also look back from where we came and see the progress that we've already made. And it only makes more sense to continue making progress. We ask for these things. We ask for better healthcare. We ask for more money coming into the country. All of these things help. So you have to look at it from a bigger perspective instead of just saying this needs to happen, and see that sometimes the government has this overarching view of the Bahamas and where we could do what we should do, and that's how they move forward. So
you're in agreement with the added cabinet ministers, the additional portfolios. You think they're responding to the needs of where we're at?
Yes.
Ruben?
I'm concerned about it, because the first place for any legislation starts in the House that just vacated to go to Bahama, and every action has consequences, even the good. If you want to renovate your house to expand it, you can jack the whole thing up, break it up, live bad till the house is renovated. And so what we see here, by virtue of, I'm not even looking at it as a right or wrong. I'm looking at it structurally. We just witnessed oaths that were taken. We heard earlier in Government House separate oaths that were taken. Notice, outside of the House Assembly, at Government House, oaths were taken for cabinet ministers. oaths were taken in the House, where the authority lies, for MPs today. Now you see a conflict brewing. Prime Minister Davis, with the approval of the electorate, by virtue of the size of the cabinet, may have created what I will end up calling a first democratic dictatorship. Let me qualify, and this is why I wrestle with it. Because in the House, remember, there's no you and me. You are Cat Island. You are Pine Wood. And you are supposed to be able to stand and represent individually what's happening. However, the oath that was taken in Government House constrained all of those, that cabinet, into a collective that are accountable to each other.
Yeah.
And so what that means is in the House, they can't break off dissidents in that. So what that means, the majority of the people are constrained by the dictate of one. What do you mean? Cabinet is a collection of one, all of them. And so whatever cabinet says have to go regardless, because there will not be no additional votes to be able to. So you see the conundrum that is in there. But yet it is his prerogative. Yet it may even be progress. But how do we reconcile the natural conflict?
When you speak about that, it reminds me of a situation with Kenneth Russell. There was a project in East Grand Bahama when he was fired by the Ingram administration, and they were questioning, why can't this development happen? He was bound by, again, like you said, the controls of cabinet as to why this project didn't progress. But he had a responsibility to his constituents in that constituency when they asked from East Grand Bahama, why has there been no development? And he had to tell them, he was bound by them, but he was also bound by cabinet. So he had to serve too, and he decided to ultimately say this is what was happening, and he paid the ultimate consequence for it.
And that's what you must be prepared to do. For an example, when I had an issue in Pinewood, and I made the statement, and I said it before the budget debate, I made it clear that if you don't send the money into Pinewood, I am not going to support the budget. I understood the consequences. You know what the consequences mean? If I don't support the budget, that's a no confident vote against the government. And then I told them in the House Assembly, I said, let me tell you how this goes, First of all, I turned to the people in Pinewood, I say, when y'all elect me under the F&M ticket. So y'all give me a mandate to go and support the F&M agenda, which you bought into. And then I turned around to Prime Minister Minnis sitting there on the other side. I said, however, they elected me here to represent on their interests. And I did this in the House Assembly, so let me tell you all how this goes. It's 40% Free National Movement, and it's 60% people. And if y'all ain't gonna do what they like, then I gotta go back to them and ask them what they want me to do. I don't believe in crossing the aisle, because you elected me on the F&M ticket. If I want to move to the PLP, I gotta come and ask you all to listen here. These brothers ain't helping me out to help you out. If you feel it's in your best interest for me to stay, I'll stay. But if you feel it's in my best interest to go cross. You see, and so these conflicts have to be resolved. So now they are constrained by cabinet proofs. Even if they voted against it in cabinet, they still got to stay with it, because they can't complain, they got to say it, or you got to leave cabinet, and when you leave cabinet, you're still bound to keep cabinet secrets. So it creates a dictatorship. It's interesting, a dictatorship in a place where every vote's supposed to be free to be dissident or supportive. So now we see the conundrum with this size of the cabinet versus the size of the House.
Well, people have complained about the backbenchers basically being stripped. Those are the ones that, whether they be government or opposition, backbenchers who hold the government's feet to the fire. The minute amount now say they are prepared to do that, and they will do so feverishly. But the thing is, with sort of keeping that oath of cabinet that happens, that is a sacred responsibility, and you hope that what comes out of those oaths will come out of that just being very loyal to what is discussed there. Again, that it benefits the country and moves the country forward, because after all, that kind of practice has been around and in every nation, every sovereign nation since independence for these nations, and so we've got to trust that process.
We do have, before we get deeper into that discussion, our Laurencia Smith is standing by at the Atlantis Resort. We talked earlier about fashion, so she was taking in the sights and sounds. Laurencia is standing by. Is she ready? Not as yet, not as yet. As we said, and we saw earlier that parliamentarians, they were making their way from downtown Nassau. They were making their way over to Paradise Island at the Atlantis Resort to hear from the speech from the throne. As we said, our teams are standing by, and we will be sure to bring you the latest on that. Shanique.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Of course, again, the star of the moment now as they shift towards Atlantis is the speech from the throne. This is where the Prime Minister, through the King's representative, the Governor General, will lay out officially his plan, his vision for this term to move this nation forward. That's very, very key because people are interested in, and regardless of their age in this nation, whether they be the youth vote, the first-time voter, or those who are seasoned, are interested in living better quality of life, being able to afford the cost of living, groceries, being able to afford healthcare and have access to better healthcare as well is so much that people are depending on, and this speech is very important right now.
Well, I do believe she's ready now. We're getting that signal that Laurencia is ready, standing by live.
Oh, look at this
Let
one.
me tell you.
Look at this one.
I have no words, Laurencia. I have no words. I will let you take it away.
This
Our
right
Laurencia Smith standing by live. Laurencia?
That's right, Janaea. Today is about the speech from the throne, but more importantly, it's about the pomp, the pageantry, and the fashion. And today it's been nothing but full-fledged fashion show as supporters showed up in their Sunday best, as we say here in the Bahamas. And on hand with me tonight, right now, I have Ms. Roberts. Good morning, Ms. Roberts.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
So as I mentioned, today is also about the ceremony, but it's also about the fashion. Tell us a little bit about the inspiration behind your outfit today.
I was inspired by my children. Someone asked the question earlier. And like I said, I'm a mother of 3. And I asked my eldest, what should I wear? She said, Mommy, wear a pearl outfit and represent mother of pearl. So this is where I'm at.
And now we see today you strayed away from the traditional hat with your fascinator. Tell us a little bit about why did you decide to go with that look versus a traditional hat for today?
Well, it was a last minute thing for me, and I was on Carmichael Road in the vicinity of where I live, and I saw it and I said, okay, it's cute. It doesn't bring too much drama because the dress speaks for itself. So that's why I decided to go with the fascinator.
And with you mentioning the fascinator, mentioning driving along, how important was for you to support small businesses during this time in this election season?
It was very important because it helps the community and it helps grow. It helps grow within the area, so it was very important for me, especially coming from a newly embedded and a newly branched St. James. So everything is knitted together. We're a closely knitted community and family, so I go supportive all the way.
So I have to ask, for me, my number one accessory is my bag. What is your favorite accessory today?
My earrings.
Can we see them? As you can see, she has on the earrings that are complementing the beautiful pearls. Thank you so much, Ms. Roberts. So, Janae, you just heard from Ms. Roberts as she highlighted why it was so important for her to wear a particular outfit from her kids. Throughout the day, I've been spotting several outfits that stood out to me. We've seen a lot of the yellows, the blues. We've seen some of the traditional colors of the black, white, and also the navy blue. Earlier, I had a glimpse to see Mrs. Davis walk in, and she had on a beautiful cream outfit, and the fascinator was to die for. And I also had a chance to see several of our MPs, and along with the senators. One of the newly elected senator, Mr. Watson, he had on a morning suit, so it was definitely dapper. So, as we know, today is also about ceremony. It's about tradition, but it's also about the fashion, and I'm included because the minute I heard that we were having the opening of Parliament, I quickly made sure I had my outfit to make sure that I stand out as well. So that's all we have right now for the fashion cam. But back to you in studio, Janaea.
Reporting live from the Atlantis Resort, and I'll say from the newsroom, the reporters, when they heard opening Parliament, the first question, what are we wearing? What color are we wearing? And as you saw, Jose, Laurencia, Linton, they all have on their emerald green, their shades of green today. And so they put that together nicely, and great job. We take you inside the Atlantis Resort, the ballroom, packed to capacity. It looks like standing room only. And so all are awaiting the arrival of the Governor General, who will give that speech from the throne.
Absolutely, and this is another thing that is quite customary, is when, and people look forward to it, the senators sit, the members of parliament stand. And when she calls them out, sometimes I imagine it's just so beautiful, a part of what's tradition, a bit much. And again, you better be in shape because you have a lot of standing and sitting to do. Ruben, talk about that experience. And it's quite appealing as well.
Pilates, Taibo, squats. You know what? Maybe it's good that it's on the heel of election because all that walking up and down campaign was going to help you. And for me, it was like a little unnerving because you got to remember the cue.
Yes.
How she says, to remember Parliament.
Yes.
I was like, no. I think when I left there, my arms were, my thighs were a little bit Popeye-ish by the time we finished. And I was relieved when I was at the Senate. I had to control the notion from my past experience to stand and remember, no, I got to sit. I'm in the upper house right now. I could ride this whole thing out.
Absolutely.
So when you look at persons who had health challenges and everything else, it would have been tedious. But it's again a part of the tradition that is strong. So the upper house is more closer within her realm. The parliament is the people. And so, again, why they do that? The people acknowledge the king, but the king does not have domain over the people. That's why the governor general can't be in parliament. So the speech for the throne is done representing the Senate. So she is in the precinct with her people.
Yes.
But not in the house. That's why you have Black Rod. The Black Rod comes from Senate and informs the House that she wants them to assemble, and they yield to it. So this shows us as the Bahamian people that yes, we recognize the monarchy, but the monarchy don't rule over us.
I'm happy you
and if our
explained
people don't
that.
understand that in this, even in the ceremony, it's just like Christendom. The whole ceremony of all the feasts represented how Christ will die. And so the story is told by the flow in these ceremonies.
Of course, we see represented in the audience there at the Atlantis Ballroom that has been transformed into the Senate, the upper chamber, members of the judiciary, members of the Bahamas Christian Council, of course, invited guests. Many of the parliamentarians have arrived and are seated, and of course, they are awaiting the arrival of others, as well as Governor General Dame Cynthia Pratt.
There's also a changing of the guard that takes place, if I remember correctly, and I think that will happen with the armed guards inside the ballroom, and so there's been a section that's been cordoned on for that to take place, the inspection where the Governor General will go through that procedure as well. So every element they've brought here to the hotel to be able to see that through and carry that through. Obviously, there are live screens there in the center stage, and persons are able to witness that as well.
If I can, I know this is unprecedented, but that's my mom right there.
Hi, Julan.
You're saying right here in the front.
Look for the low cut, with the bleach color here, with the green fascinator, in the blue.
In the blue.
In the blue.
That's
Julan.
That's Julan.
That's Julan. Hold on.
That's Mom.
That's our Julan.
Yes, of course, yes. Hello, Kalish's mama. Yes, hello.
Sorry,
hello
one more shameless thing. Hi, Julan. Listen.
Special hello to Mom. She can be so happy when she hears that.
I just told her at church Sunday, said, girl, I spot you everywhere on TV, all over the place. Listen here. PLP and F&M should not be taken to any higher order than your sports team. We are Bahamian.
Yes.
Don't ever let any political differences get between your relationship with your... Don't ever do that. And when a party wins and the government is... That's your government.
Yes.
And what you do is yours personally and ours collectively. And so what it means is you give them the best opportunity to succeed, because 5 years loss is your 5 years loss. And then after the second year, you start to switch to decision mode. So by the fourth year, the fifth year, you know whether you got to stay or go. But you cannot bring destructiveness into it. Don't mind the House Assembly. It's the job of the opposition to hold the government feet to the fire, try to pick out whatever they could find. That's the job. Our democracy demands it. That's why you cannot have government without an opposition. But on the streets of our country, there is no opposition other than we looking for the opportunities that was promised to us in what's about to happen now, the speech from the throne.
We definitely have to be unifiers in the conversation. Come away from all this divisiveness as it relates to politics in the country. A lot of that we saw that begin to, take heed during the election cycle, which it normally can. But at the end of it, when the dust settles, as Ruben says, it represents us. The government of the day represents us, who we are, where we're at, and where we need to be, and more importantly, where we would want to go in the future nation building of our country.
Absolutely, Janaea. That is the most important thing when we go through an election season, elect a government, and then of course it becomes the government of the Bahamas.
Like, I'm so happy this election finished.
Yeah,
Can we go back to normal, please?
The government of the Bahamas, because after all, it's our lives that's in the balance.
It is our money.
We need our lives and our money, all of it, the quality of our lives to move forward. There must be improvement and enhancement after this term so that the next term you move forward on even at a higher level and a better foundation.
Just get it right. You'll have my vote. I don't care who it is.
That's right.
Just get
That's
it right.
all you know.
Just get it right. I like
That's
that.
it.
Just get it right. Yes.
Just get it right. And sometimes that may take, what we think of right may not be someone else's interpretation of right. Some of the ideas, plans that someone put forward may not always be the right formula. Sometimes it may.
You are right.
You may have to start over. You may have to go back to the drawing board. We thought this would have worked. We thought this was the right idea. But again, no, sometimes it takes us back. Sometimes it is certainly trial and error, especially when we go into uncharted waters, places where we've never been before. We're in this whole industry and economy of AI, new developments, wanting our children to really keep up to speed and up to pace with what's going on the national and international level. They're giving me the cue. We're going to a break. We'll be back right after this.
Wealth should not only belong to a select few. At InvestStar, we believe the door should be open to everyone. We provide options for planning a better future. Our investment funds are designed to assist you in reaching your long-term financial goals. Let us show you how.
We all know there are ways we can help. Your help can go even further. Be an everyday superhero. Donate to Hands for Hunger.
So you want a space. But not just any space. You need something with a little more potential. So how about 1,000 square feet of room to play with? Superb audio and video production capability, digital LED wall, full lighting grid, and about 124 seats to accommodate a full studio audience with so many other features. Make us your home for your next concert, conference, and so much more. Honestly, the possibilities are endless. Here at ILTV Studios, we'd love to bring your next event to life. So what do you say? Do you want our space?
Hey, it's your boy Charlie Bahama here at Superwash, Superwash's newest spokesmodel. And I'm here to tell you about Superwash's large capacity washers and dryers for all your big loads.
I know I see that Charlie Banana coming here just now.
Uh-oh, luckily it's also big enough for me to hide it.
I thought he was right over here where these large capacity washer and dryers is. They're big enough now to handle your big loads, you know. Yeah, like your comfort on your blanket. But just look at us. Somebody forget to turn on the dryer. Oh, stop! Help! You hear something? Yeah, that's the sound of clean. Superwash washes you, processes you, and entertains you 24/7.
A lot of people know CBS Bahamas and the CBS Pro Store thanks to our beautiful retail stores. But what you may not know is contractors love shopping here as well. Whether you need a flat rack of shingles, a truckload of drywall, or a pallet of joint compound, we can make it happen with unbeatable pricing, fast turnaround times, and excellent communication. That's why contractors love shopping with CBS Bahamas. Learn more at cbsbahamas.com.
Very dry, tight, sensitive skin? Relieve it in 60 seconds with Aveeno Skin Relief. With soothing triple oat complex, clinically proven to heal and strengthen dry skin. Aveeno, your skin stronger.
Don't let diarrhea steal your sunshine. Imodium Multi-Symptom Relief gets to work fast in just 1 hour, offering our most complete relief from diarrhea, bloating, gas, and cramps. So you can get diarrhea off your mind. Imodium. Calm the chaos of diarrhea.
Only at Popeyes can you get the amazing deal of 5 pieces of chicken for $10 at all Popeyes locations. Visit us every day, any day, and get your 5 for 10 only at Popeyes.
Y'all again?
Monday, Popeyes. Tuesday, Popeyes. Wednesday, Popeyes. Thursday, Popeyes. Friday, Popeyes. Saturday, Popeyes.
Girl, what we getting for lunch today? Popeyes again?
Popeyes. Every single day, give me Popeyes.
Five cars, catch the keys, don't blink, take these.
Island Luck is giving away 5 brand new cars. Earn 10 reward points for a chance to enter and win. Enter weekly from Monday 12 a.m. to Sunday 2 p.m. Winners are announced Sundays at 3 p.m. on 103.5 The Beat and Island Luck Socials. 5 cars, 5 weeks. The more you play, the better your chances. Visit islandluck.com for more information. Catch the keys only at Island Luck. Must be 18 and over. Island Luck reminds you that it's only a game, so please game responsibly.
Of Parliament 2026. We have you live inside the Imperial Ballroom at the Atlantis Resort, where we are awaiting the arrival of the Governor General, Her Excellency Cynthia Mother Pratt. She will deliver that speech from the throne. It's been a full and eventful morning, from the swearing in of members of Parliament and also the senators. We also had the election of the House Speaker, the appointment of the Deputy Speaker. And so things are in full swing here today. All of the parliamentary proceedings, as we mentioned, Free National Movement senators were sworn in earlier today. That would be the opposition and the governing party, and that full complement making up about 16 senators. Now they've assumed office. Obviously, people have said that, senators serve as a rubber stamp to the legislation, but I've heard the commentary from some of the senators appointed, and they said, we want to be the difference from what we've seen in previous years. And as we said, 4 Free National Movement senators, they were sworn in today. Senator the Honorable Ellsworth Johnson, Arinthia Komalafe, Dr. Trevor Johnson, and Rick Fox. Komalafe, she says she believes their unique strengths will hopefully make for a strong opposition, as we talked about, and valuable contribution on a range of topics and laws that are impacting our country.
Oftentimes persons see the Senate as a rubber stamp. Well, we intend for that not to be the case. I'm happy about the representation that we have on our side, the experience from Ellsworth Johnson, also the youth from Dr. Trevor Johnson, and what Rick Fox, who has an international perspective, brings to the table. And of course, being there to represent the female perspective, as well as everything that impacts women and youth and children. And so I'm very excited about the makeup of the Senate, not just on our side, but on the other side. And I expect that from the persons that we have inside the Senate, it will bring a stronger government. What we need right now is a very strong opposition. We are very aware of that, especially when you have such an overwhelming victory on the governing side. And so while we might be small in numbers, I expect that we are going to be mighty in our presentation and our presence in the Senate.
And let's talk about the makeup of the Senate. So, some interesting faces, but they also cover a broad range of different sectors in our society. Glenisha, we've not heard from you in a bit. I want to first get from you your thoughts on the Senate, the makeup, anything interesting, any interesting faces that you maybe were surprised to see get Senate appointments for the second term.
So first of all, I want to say congratulations to Dr. Trevor Johnson. I would have served with him at Youth Parliament. He was a Speaker of the House.
Right.
And he's always been so active in politics, and I'm very proud that the FNM gave him the opportunity to represent his party and, of course, the youth vote. I would say that Rick Fox was a very big surprise, and also...
Why is that?
Well, he just came to the FNM. Of course, people were excited to see what he was talking about. That was a race that people were really looking at and egging on. And I just would have thought, I would have put more senior members as senators, especially those who would have served high in the party, like Dr. Sands and Shannon Cartwright, who was the deputy leader. So I thought it was just a surprise to me that so many new faces and not enough senior people were there. But they also, of course, have Ellsworth Johnson, who's there. So I guess he represents the seniority of the party as well.
And when we look at the PLP, we see some returning faces, Senator Jerome Fitzgerald now, and also Barbara Cartwright. We see her entering the Senate and also holding a cabinet position as the Minister of Social Services, Jerome Fitzgerald as well, holding a ministerial post as the Minister of Economic Affairs. Then we see the likes of Clint Watson, who's no stranger to us, and we've also seen Keenan Johnson get those Senate appointments. Any surprises from you there?
Not really.
Not really.
I think everyone there very much deserves. Shout out to Keenan. Of course, he would have been a past PYL executive. I didn't serve with him, but he was always there giving insight. When people, like especially Deasante Small and Keenan, they have always been very centered with the youth in our party, and they've always lent a ear to hear our thoughts and give us advice on how to move forward, and you would always, of course, need that.
Before we go deep into that conversation, I'll take you live on our screen. We love to see men and women in uniform, the armed forces, and they also play a pivotal role in the ceremonies today. I do stand corrected again. Men and women from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Ruben, you would have spoke about them earlier and who they're governed by. They fall under the Governor General, actually, and they would represent her. And that arm, we see members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the band that is now, this is all now taking shape in the Atlantis Resort. Normally, we would see this take place outside in Rawson Square. Normally, there's a lot of onlookers, but again, that format has changed today. They are putting on a show inside the hallways now of the Atlantis Resort, and it's just so amazing to see them make this transition, make this move to the Atlantis Resort, and they're not missing a beat. The situation has changed, but they are as sharp as ever.
Yeah, it looks very much like it would on Bay Street. These people, they practice for this, they prepare for this. It's once every 5 years, and this is how they show up. And I'll tell you, if it's one time that we can be proud of our armed forces, this is among those moments, because they show up, they look crisp, they are precisioned, and obviously getting every movement right.
Well, actually, it is a must, because this is one of the height of their service. Their ceremonial activity is not, though they call it many times fanfare, it is far exceed fanfare. It's a part of their purpose. They represent the stature and the authority of Her Majesty. That is why you see the Governor General on any ceremonial event is always covered with her Provost Marshal, which would be the Commissioner of Police, and also the Commander of our Defense Forces. And they're critical, and her attaches along with that. So it is fitting in a beginning of the term of a government. It is two things. The Prime Minister is establishing his authority to speak to the throne, so that the King must also flex their authority. That's why you see, why do we have the inspection of the guard for the opening of the house? Well, you see, when two leaders come into a room, you represent both of their authorities. So now she is demonstrating by inspecting her guards that I'm inspecting my role and authority as leader of the armed forces of the country. And then I stand forth and yield my authority by reading the speech from the people by saying my government.
Yes.
Again, we see more images, live images from the Atlantis ballroom in the sort of the foyer area, the armed forces going through their ceremonial drills for the opening of Parliament. This would be the second time that Dame Cynthia Mother Pratt has delivered the speech from the throne. No doubt, no less significant for her. Two or three. The third time. And so she is well practiced. And obviously, practice this as well, given the speech in advance, so that she can deliver in a very measured way what the government's agenda is moving forward in this term.
We would have seen a glimpse of the Governor General when she received the note at Government House. She's making her way here. Obviously, we said she was in that lovely royal blue. It'll be interesting to see if she'll keep that for the for the reading of the speech from the throne. And again, you see members of the armed forces. They are now forming that guard and await her inspection. She's expected to arrive at the rear entrance now at the Atlantis Resort, where she will enter that ballroom and take her space on the throne for her speech.
About how long does the inspection of the guard happens? Again, all of this ceremonial happening before the Governor General is ushered in to sit on the throne, the proverbial throne, and of course the ceremonies officially begin.
Normally that would probably take about 20 minutes in this regard. Thank God she's not hindered by the concerns of weather and walking on grass and walking on lawns. And not only that, I think it's also a good thing. It's good for the Bahamian people to see it. They begin to see that Dame Cynthia Pratt is still very, very fit and agile. You know, she comes from an athletic background.
Sports background,
because that is not a simple thing. That's a long walk. That's probably about 300 feet stretched out across, and she'll expect that. It also give her a chance to show her personality and also to interact with her loyal armed forces. In that regard, you know, she has a wonderful, I love me some Cynthia Pratt, you know. I've always called her, again, I say to my Governor General, I says, mother is still the highest order, because that's the way she make people feel. And then that would lead her, usher into her processes. Remember, these display are also, again, power moves. That's critical. You see how when heads of states come in, how they do the handshake, and these are very important. So these ceremonies may look just like, oh, the police just flashing. No, they are critical because they demonstrate the office, the capability, and the responsibility of each office.
Right.
All right? And that is why this is important for this to be done. So now she's going to be coming in, she'll inspect each one of them, and then she'll start to move. The member of parliaments, they will come in, the senators will come in, they'll be seated. When she come in, as you know, all rise. The chief protocol officer will then take the speech from the throne and present it to the prime minister, now elect.
Yes.
Now elected in Parliament,
Yes.
though he was done then, he became
It's
official
official.
in Parliament, and then he, as the Prime Minister, will go and present it to her and say, now you must read the will of the people. To the
people.
To the people.
Very interesting. I think it's important for our young people to know about why these things are necessary. We often see it and we may take it for granted, not so much be interested in why these things take place. But I think it's so important for the purpose that it's intended, but also to preserve our heritage. When we look back at all of these things, and I'm a big historian myself, I love history. I love to learn about, from whence we came to where we are going. And earlier we talked about the Senate and the makeup of the Senate. I wanted to get back into that conversation and include Ruben and Shanique back into the makeup of the Senate. How interesting it was. Glenisha said, there were some interesting things that came out to play. You talked specifically about the opposition senators and their appointment and how you felt that some persons you would have liked to see back at the table who would have served the party. And there's also been the perspective shared that maybe the party is wanting to turn a new leaf with its appointment, bring some newer and fresher faces following what happened during the general election. Ruben?
The thing about it, the Prime Minister is a very intelligent man, See, everybody's celebrating his victory. He know this just more headache. He understands this. See, the first one, when he elected everybody, in a sense, it was almost like a little surprise. He adjusted, he played, he do it. But now he know he better be on his A game. His legacy is at greater stake now than it has ever been. And we see even with the clouds around us. And when I saw the Senate selection, because the House is the people's choice, so I know Prime Minister selection.
Yeah.
He choose from among what the people sent him.
Yeah.
Now this shows the mind of the Prime Minister, because he choose who he wants for the Senate.
Right.
And even the opposition leader as well. And so it gives you a mind game into the strategy. What
do you think about the strategy, though?
When I
with the
saw
appointments?
the
Tell me.
lineup from the Prime Minister Davis, I said, oh Lord, he's serious. Pull out Jerome Fitzgerald, who don't need to be out nowhere, but he is a strategist, a chief strategist. He brought Wayne Monroe over, not only just really to save him, but Wayne Monroe is a legal mind. Give the man credit for his brilliance.
That he is.
And you jam him into the Senate. And so many of the other persons I saw that he selected, the new lady who's going to be in charge of social services,
Barbara
I said,
Cartwright.
yeah, oh yeah. He trying to play chess this time. He's spanking hard.
So
you see what I'm
What do
saying?
you think is the rationale behind these appointments?
Yeah, right.
What is the end game you think?
The end game is to ensure that they dictate their narrative, that the opposition doesn't have the ability to reconstruct the narrative, and that when the fight is put to the government narrative, they're able to counteract. We have the Governor General on the screen, but there's a lot more to this. When I read this, I say, oh yeah, this could be a good one. And we'll talk with the opposition leader if you're going to the break.
Yeah,
If
we're
not-
going to some live video now of the Governor General. She has arrived, fully regaled, adorned in that lovely royal blue that we saw her in earlier. She's now standing guard with members of the armed forces. That's the Royal Bahamas Police and Defense Forces. She's addressing them at this moment, though silently. She's making her presence known.
Not sure if we have audio coming in from this, but back to the discussion as we watch and stay with the video here, with the live video that's happening with the Governor General. Back to the Prime Minister's Senate picks. Some of them were questioned, but to hear you explain it and to hear you say, you know what, those are very wise and shrewd moves.
I don't listen to the noise and market.
Yes.
Brave Davis is no fool. Clint Watson, who I probably would have put in the Senate, Clint Watson has a purpose. Clint Watson is good spin. He could pull a narrative. See, whatever he may be weak in, maybe on the legal front or whatever else, his journalistic experience, what he brings to the table in the bite and the fight for a dialogue, He has that ability to present that. See, when you're in a battle in the House of Assembly, you're not just speaking to legislators. You're speaking to people on the ground. You're winning hearts and minds. And so you have people who got to speak because the international community hearing you. You have people who got to speak because the grassroots fellow who you want to hear them numbers need to understand how this pancake gonna be served. And so that was a deliberate thing in there. That wasn't just no random. And a lot of that isn't necessarily, in my opinion, just favor. I saw capability. And then when I said, okay, what Michael gonna do? I did not ask, did not look. Let's get tired of politics, you know. Let's talk church, let's talk Bible. I'm happy with that. But I thought a person's
Parliament 2026 as we continue to witness.
Yeah, I do believe we're getting another feed there. Obviously, this is a concerted effort from all broadcasters, and so we have audio from another feed that was seeping in. We do apologize for that. But the Governor General, Cynthia Mother Pratt, she is now giving her inspection of all of these officers, Defense Force and police officers. Sometimes she's stopping, greeting them, smiling, maybe giving them an encouraging word, maybe telling them, boy, you look sharp today, you look nice, you look good. You have on all your clothes. And so, and Mother Pratt, if I'm allowed to call her that in this setting, she's always been that type of person. Yeah. She's always been one to reach out and touch the people. And that is often the heart of who she is. And she oftentimes talk about that. And she says, you know, I moved from the Grove yet. That's still her heart at home. And she maintains that to this day. And I'm sure for these officers here, it's obviously a delight to be able to participate in such an historic event, one that they will remember, and there'll be pictures and videos. And they said, you know, when the opening of Parliament took place in 2026, I was right there. I know, and they'll have this to look back on. And Mother Pratt, obviously, the Governor General, Her Excellency, they are finishing this procedure, this part of the procession as she makes her way into the Imperial Ballroom to deliver the speech from the throne. It's a process. Some people may say it's long. You know, we want to be able to get to the climax of all of this, but it is also very much important that we go through all of the necessary steps.
As Ruben said, who is the expert here on this panel this today, every step is very intentional, deliberate, and it must happen, because if they miss one step out of everything that has already happened and will happen in the next hour or so, then all of it is for naught. And so this is very important. You mentioned about Dame Governor General Mother Pratt, the fact she's always been warm and cordial, and takes every assignment very seriously. You know, she served in the cabinet herself before. She took that seriously. And as Governor General, you know, she embraces this opportunity to serve even at a more seasoned age, but she takes this very seriously, and I think she's well regarded and respected for it.
I think I need to get some water from Government House. I've extracted bees and honeys at Government House because I know my Governor General is old, but when I look at her, I see just a lovely woman. She aged so well, you know.
Yes, she looks lovely
and it's
there.
good that you can still crack jokes, but if we did have them, we would have finished the side of the Senate because we didn't get the opposition. Because of what was seen, your battle plan had to be done. And Michael Pinter had actually picked persons who I would have considered. Because what Ellsworth brings to the table, he's not a shouter, but Ellsworth is steep in wisdom when it comes down to knowledge and understanding of the law. He can go and hold toe-to-toe and hold Wayne Monroe's feet to the fire. This is going to be a clash of the titans. And
you have to have that good matchup.
And personally, I would choose them over the chairman and even the deputy. I don't know the reason why they're not there. I don't care to know the reason why not there. It's about a strategy. They have a platform, like the chairman says. Komalafe brings a strong presence. Dionysia, what's her name? I get it right? Diasante. I like her. I told her this to her face several times. She came with something. Recent senator added in the last term, and so on and so forth. I see from my experience with some of them in there that I know what Komalafe brings to the table. That's a powerhouse in there. And then the young doctor, that element. And then you see also with Rick Fox, there's a wider understanding there. And you know what I like with Rick Fox? I will use the term that the Bible used of Moses. They said Moses was a meek man. And let me show you why that sounds like a contradiction. He doesn't look it, but you know what the word meek means? Teachable. What I've observed with Rick Fox is his willingness to want to learn and to adapt. So like you said, with the international experience, some of the other stuff that he brings to the table, I think there are other benefits, in my opinion, that also transcends the Senate, that he's also flexible and he's still also teachable. So with the move of Prime Minister Davis and the counter move from the leader of the opposition, from their choices, I see that the Senate ain't gonna be called no necessarily rubber stamp. Finally, what I said to senators in the past, we are supposed to be the upper house. We're supposed to think different. Look at these bills from different perspective when we in this house. We ain't just supposed to act like PLP and F&M. I think the Senate is gonna finally have some energy. It is gonna be a place to watch because of those elections.
I agree with you. I think the Senate is made up of incredible men and women, great experience, especially starting with the government picks. You mentioned, for example, a Barbara Cartwright, a Wayne Monroe, a Jerome Fitzgerald. They will be the strength of what the government side has to offer, the foundation of every debate, every analysis that must come out of the Senate. They will set that. Then you have the Clint Watsons, the Latrays, the Robin Lyons, who must not be at all ignored or dismissed. You have the D'Asantes. You have, of course, one or two others that I may overlook at the moment. It's a strong team. The opposition, there's Ellsworth Johnson, who matches, just as you say, matches up nicely with Wayne Monroe in terms of the legal minds and being able to present properly, plus that cabinet experience that they both bring now to the Senate. The Rick Fox, Rick Fox could have been more acclimated to Bahamas before even given a nomination. It's going to be interesting to see what he does, because Rick Fox still is it within him, this thing that he is the defender. He is the one who is not going to take that. I think the Senate requires, while it is going to be super interesting, we will no longer ignore the Senate and figure, oh, the Senate met today. No, we must keep our eyes peeled on the Senate, because it's going to be that very interesting, very emotive, very passionate, based on who make up the Senate. But Rick Fox, I think, still has a lot to learn. You're right. If he wants to learn it, he can learn it, but not in a very hostile and angry way that he's been showing up elsewhere. He has to realize he has to come down a bit, become more measured, to be able to study those around him. Arinthia Kumalafe, I'm very impressed with how she shows up. She is measured. She is there for the right reasons, and that is obviously to be an opposition senator that will hold the government's feet to the fire, but also to add to the debate and moving forward policy and assisting and being a part of government to move forward policy. I think this is how it's going to be quite an interesting Senate. When you have, again, Clint Watson also can be quite emotive as well, someone who has a promising future ahead of him. So we'll see exactly how that all plays out and how it shapes up coming out of the Senate.
I'm looking forward to it.
I'm
Quite frankly,
certainly looking forward to
I
it.
give him
this session of Parliament. I can't wait. I can't wait. I cannot wait.
It started already.
Yeah, I anticipate the fireworks, the drama, and granted, I'm not here for that. I really want to see us be able to get down to the people's work, but I know all of that will come with it in the process. And as a journalist, I can't help myself. I really can't help myself. And so, again, as we wait the speech from the throne, we've been getting commentary, we've been getting feedback all day. Ruben, what are some things that you're hopeful to hear about coming out of today's message?
There's some things I hopefully hear. There's some things I'll be surprised if we do hear, because for instance, we're not going to hear nothing on FOIA, free of information. If it does, then it'll be out of the goodness of the heart, because when you run on the fact that you're not interested in freedom of information. But in short, the first thing I'm really just simply wanting to hear is to see how much, especially in this beginning of the term, that they're going to prioritize of their agenda. This is something that they can't do it all 5 years right now. I want to see the picks that they're going to prioritize, which are going to be stated also in the speech for the throne. Though it expands the full 5 years, terms, 5 years, I still want to see if I could pick what they're going to deal with this year.
Yeah. So that'll be very interesting. Freedom of information, we've heard the idea tossed about. We've seen some progress move about it, but there's been really no support, resources, no teeth for freedom of information.
Yes, no priority.
Shanique, what about you? What are you hoping to hear?
I am hoping to hear truly what the Bahamian people need to hear. There's a lot going on. For example, we discussed on the Golden Yolk program and the fact that those prices are more on store shelves than the other eggs. And so this administration out the gate must begin addressing those low-hanging fruit. It's important for them to do that. The agriculture has to make sense and obviously let the people see where we're going in terms of food security. Hugely important. We want to see Miles LaRoda firmly take the position of Minister of National Security, and how will he show up? People felt as though perhaps Wayne Monroe had more of a relaxed and monotone approach. They want to see someone who is more fired up in their speech and their presentation, who will show that the Minister of National Security is speaking. I also want to see, looking forward to how this government will address issues of housing. Housing has been an issue. Rent control is an issue. How will they even do that based on the fact that that many landlords are now turning their rental properties into Airbnbs? You cannot force people and strong arm them to do what it is they don't want to do. So housing has to step up and obviously meet needs that are outstanding. And obviously, again, too, I look forward to seeing the opposition. They're going to be very strong. They're going to not stand down. They're going to be there each step of the way, holding this government's feet to the fire.
One of the things that I'm interested to see is how we use this Ministry of Innovation. I know that we need to really be up to standard on the international market as it relates to digitization. I know we have My Gateway, but I think we really need to have the structure, resources in place, especially with our communications, our network, the stability of that network. We're saying we're doing pay passes, but sometimes we can't even get a signal. So those are the things that I'm looking that we firm up on. The infrastructure and also the innovation aspect to make us readily available to compete. But we now take you to live proceedings.
Have proceeded to election of a president, and I present myself to Your Excellency as a humble object of their choice.
Pull it a little. I wish to congratulate you, Madam President, and please, I expect all the best from you. Thank you.
May it please Your Excellency, I have now, in the name and on behalf of honorable senators, to lay claim by humble petition to their ancient and undoubted rights and privileges, particularly that their persons may be free from arrest and molestation, that they may enjoy freedom of speech in all of their debates, and they may have access to Your Excellency's person whenever the occasion may require, and that all of their proceedings may receive Your Excellency's favorable construction.
Thank you very much. And I command the immediate attention of the Honorable Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly. I command the Honorable House of Assembly immediate attention and the honorable members as well. Thank you.
May it please Your Excellency, the command of Your Excellency has been obeyed.
Thank you. Yes, let's bring it a little lower. May it please Your Excellency, in the exercise of their undoubted rights and privileges, and in accordance with Article 51 of the Constitution, the House of Assembly have proceeded to the election of a Speaker, and I present myself to Your Excellency as the humble object of their choice. May it please Your Excellency, I have now, in the name and on behalf of members of the Honorable House of Assembly, to lay claim by humble petition to their ancient and undoubted rights and privileges, particularly that their persons may be free from arrest and molestation, that they may enjoy freedom of speech and all their debates, that they may have access to Your Excellency's person whenever occasion may require, and that all their proceedings may receive Your Excellency's most favorable construction.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, it pleases me to present to you our speech from the throne. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, just 8 days ago, the Bahamian people chose progress. They did so in a manner not seen in a generation. In an historic vote, for the first time since 1997, the Bahamian people returned an administration to office for a consecutive term. This outcome carries a greater significance beyond the political achievement. It reflects public support that the country should continue in the direction started. It reflects public desire to continue to bring about profound changes in our country. And most of all, it reflects the considered judgment of a people who, after weighing the challenges before the nation and recognizing the progress achieved over the past term, chose continuity, stability, and steady leadership for the future of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. My government accepts this renewed mandate with humility, gratitude, and a profound sense of responsibility to the Bahamian people. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, the Bahamas enters this new parliamentary term during a period of considerable global uncertainty. As is true with other small island developing states, we face numerous challenges: climate threats, inflationary pressures, and changing geopolitical realities. We also face pressures from irregular migration, technological disruption, and rising competition for investment and opportunity. We will continue to engage closely with our neighbors and our regional and international partners to promote our national interests and secure the best possible outcomes for the Bahamian people. Armed with an unshakable confidence in the strength, resilience, and potential of the Bahamian people, my government is resolved to meet these challenges head-on. My government believes deeply that the Bahamas is a sacred inheritance. It is a nation built on the sacrifice of generations who believe that ordinary Bahamians deserves a fair chance to work, to build, to own, and to rise. It is a democracy shaped by faith, constitutional order, majority rule, and the enduring belief that progress must reach every island, every settlement, and every Bahamian family. Our guiding mission is simple: to build a Bahamas for Bahamians. Let's take a look at building an economic progress. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government recognizes that the first responsibility of any administration is to secure economic stability and create the conditions for national growth. When my government first assumed office in 2021, it inherited an economy under extraordinary strain. Over the past term, stability has been restored. Confidence has returned. Unemployment has declined. Major investments have resumed, and the country's fiscal position has strengthened. The international community has taken note of our success, which was described by the International Monetary Fund as remarkable. Also, in an unprecedented move in this fiscal year, two of the major international credit ratings agencies upgraded the outlook for the Bahamas. But My government recognizes that economic statistics alone do not define the daily realities facing Bahamian families. Too many Bahamians still feel pressure from the high cost of living. Too many young people are still searching for opportunity. Too many small businesses still face barriers to growth. Accordingly, my government enters this new term focused on building a stronger, more modern, more resilient Bahamian economy. My government believes economic growth must create opportunities for all. My government intends to introduce modern competition legislation to protect consumers from price fixing, abuse of market dominance, and unfair pricing practices while supporting greater transparency in the marketplace. My government will also advance a consolidated investment incentives framework, bringing together the country's investment legislation into a unified system. My government intends to establish a national investment policy with clear national priorities and transparent investor obligations to ensure that economic growth delivers measurable benefits to the Bahamian people. My government will continue implementing the Land Adjudication Act and Registered Land Act to create a central searchable land registry. Modernize records and reduce delays in property transactions. My government also intends to establish a foreign direct investment compliance unit to ensure investors honor the commitments they make to the Bahamian people. My government will review the real property tax regime to provide meaningful relief for Bahamian property owners. My government intends to introduce mandatory decision-making timelines for development approvals to create greater certainty, transparency, and efficiency within the process. My government also requires state-owned enterprises to submit binding business plans, clear performance milestones aimed at reducing long-term dependence on government subsidies. Grand Bahama and the Family Islands, my government will continue to promote fundamental transformation in Grand Bahama. Through enhanced investments and economic development, reorganization of arrangements with the Grand Bahama Port Authority, and strengthening of opportunities with key stakeholders. Grand Bahama will become the gateway to the Caribbean for trade, tourism, and investment, with the development of the Afro-American marketplace and logistics center, MSC Cruise Port, Xanadu Beach Project, and other major developments. After consultation with Family Island communities, my government intends to devise individual Family Island development plans. These will be the basics upon which we will implement a range of measures to pursue a more structured, strategic approach to Family Island development. Ongoing programs such as the Family Island Airport Renaissance and infrastructure clinics will continue. The critical needs of Family Islands will be addressed through the Family Island Development Act. We look now to the rights for workers. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government believes the dignity of work must remain central to national policy. Accordingly, my government intends to introduce the Employment Bill 2026, representing the most significant modernization of labor protections in a generation. The legislation will strengthen workplace standards, expand maternity protections, provide leave for mental health and wellness, and establish new safeguards for working parents. My government also intends to reform and modernize the national insurance system through stronger anti-fraud measures, improved digital systems, enhanced oversight, and expanded inclusion of informal workers. My government will establish a public sector pension plan, creating the framework for contributory pension coverage for public servants. My government also intends to establish a national productivity council with clear public benchmarks to improve public sector performance and national efficiency. We now look to food security. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, food security remains an issue of national importance. My government believes a stronger Bahamas must produce more of what it consumes. Accordingly, my government intends to establish a national import substitution framework with clear national production targets for key agricultural products and stronger sourcing requirements for government food programs. My government will also introduce tourism agriculture incentives to encourage hotels and tourism operators to increase local sourcing from Bahamian families and producers. We now turn to energy. Reliable and affordable energy remains central to economic competitiveness and the quality of life enjoyed by Bahamian families. My government intends to introduce an electricity consumer protection code, empowering ERCA to enforce service standards, billing transparency, and consumer safeguards. My government will also introduce energy equity legislation to ensure that Family Island residents are not penalized by higher electricity costs simply because of geography. My government intends to embed mandatory local content and training obligations into major energy contracts to ensure Bahamians benefit from the national energy transition. My government will also reduce or eliminate import duties on energy-efficient appliances and renewable energy systems. We now turn to housing. My government believes every Bahamian deserves access to safe and dignified housing. Accordingly, my government intends to establish a national rental policy registration system with enforceable living standards and stronger protection for tenants. Expanding our existing affordable homes and rent-to-own initiatives, my government will also establish a residential tenancy authority with powers to inspect, investigate, and enforce rental standards across the Commonwealth. We now look at education. Education remains among the highest priorities of my government. Every Bahamian child deserves access to modern, high-quality education, regardless of geography or circumstance. My government will continue to implement the Education Act, the most significant legislative reform in Bahamian education in a generation, anchoring curriculum reform, accountability, teacher standards, and school governance in law. My government also intends to make pre-primary education universal and compulsory from age 4. My government will continue our commitment to lifelong learning through Upskills Bahamas and other programs. Healthcare. My government believes access to quality health care must be strengthened across the Commonwealth. My government will continue to implement the Dental Professions Bill while modernizing dental regulation within the Bahamas. My government also intends to strengthen legal protections and support systems for elderly Bahamians through a new elder abandonment framework. Empowering social service to intervene and assist families before situations reach crisis point. My government will further extend contributory health insurance coverage to the public servants, including contract workers. My government will continue to advance the infrastructural development program already underway, including the health campus in Freeport, the new hospital in New Providence, and other clinics throughout the islands. Safety and security. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, the safety and security of the Bahamian people remain among the highest obligations of the state. My government will continue to fully implement the Protection Against Violence Act and expanding domestic violence support services throughout the country. My government intends to strengthen gun laws and expand specialist firearm courts to support a zero-tolerance approach toward illegal firearms. In collaboration with court services, my government will support the establishment of a backlog reduction court and a dedicated sexual offenses court to improve the administration of justice and reduce delays. My government will also ensure the Independent Commission of Investigations is fully functioning and properly resourced. My government will continue to build on the success of its 5-pillar crime strategy to improve prevention, strengthen policing, improve prosecution and punishment, and expand rehabilitation programs. The successful clear hold and build approach will also remain. We now turn to immigration. My government believes strong borders and lawful immigration systems are essential to national stability and sovereignty. Accordingly, my government intends to introduce the Employer Immigration Compliance Act, imposing stronger penalties for abuse of the work permit system and other unlawful employment practices. My government will establish a Bahamian e-Verify portal to confirm work eligibility before employment. My government also intends to introduce daily overstay fines for unlawful overstay and strengthen re-entry ban enforcement. My government will establish a national biometric immigration system with overstay alerts, biometric e-gates, and enhanced fraud detection capabilities. My government will also establish an immigration fraud intelligence unit. Dedicated to investigating and prosecuting immigration fraud. My government intends to introduce mandatory sentencing provisions for public officers found facilitating immigration or passport fraud. Digital security. My government recognizes that national security now includes digital security. Accordingly, my government intends to introduce comprehensive cybersecurity legislation, establishing a national cybersecurity authority. This will strengthen digital forensics capacity, improving online child protection measures. We'll now look at technology and transformation. Technology and digital transformation will remain central to the work of my government. My government intends to introduce e-Government Act, requiring all government agencies to transition onto My Gateway within 3 years, while implementing principles that Bahamians should not have to repeatedly provide the same information to government. My government also intends to establish a national digital ID system to underpin future digital public services. My government will introduce an Artificial Intelligence Governance Act. This will provide for the establishment of a national AI commission and set out clear ethical safeguards governing artificial intelligence. My government will continue strengthening enforcement under the Data Protection Act, including mandatory breach notification requirements. We now turn to national development. Madam President, and members of the honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and the members of the House of Assembly. My government believes good governance requires robust, long-term planning, public participation, and accountability. Accordingly, my government intends to continue work already begun on the National Development Plan, setting out a long-term vision for economic growth, infrastructure, environmental sustainability, institutional reform, and human development. My government will introduce legislation to establish a national development framework to provide for coordinated planning across ministries, agencies, and islands. My government intends to advance a national Master Physical Development Plan, establishing an infrastructural blueprint for development through the archipelago, throughout. My government will continue expanding and fully implementing the Freedom of Information Act and ensure that public bodies maintain trained FOIA officers and disclosure systems. My government intends to continue efforts to modernize the electoral system to the full introduction of biometric voter cards and electronic poll books. Now we look at creative economy. My government firmly believes that Bahamian creativity and culture represent national asset of enormous potential, which can develop into a thriving new economic sector for the creative industries. The newly created Creative and Performing Arts School of the Bahamas, CAPUS, will serve as a training hub. My government will also establish an online rights registry and small claims mechanism to protect Bahamian digital creators and intellectual property. My government also intends to introduce legislation to insensitize film production in the Bahamas and supporting greater local and international production activity within the Bahamas. Climate resilience and environmental protection. Climate resilience and environmental protection remains matters of national survival. My government intends to complete and enforce an updated Bahamas Building Code as part of wider national resilience and disaster preparedness efforts. My government intends to establish a Bahamas Environmental Tribunal to strengthen environmental enforcement and adjudication. My government will also introduce comprehensive waste management and marine pollution legislation, providing for stronger penalties and enforcement mechanisms. My government further intends to establish a blue carbon governance framework, ensuring transparency, accountability, and national benefit sharing with blue carbon initiatives. My government will introduce legislation to formally establish the National Youth Guard as a disaster preparedness and national service force supporting national resilience and youth development. In conclusion, Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, the Bahamian people have entrusted my government with a serious responsibility.
The speech from the throne being delivered by Cynthia Mother Pratt, detailing the government's legislative agenda. She, of course, touched on a number of critical issues, including national investment policy, price fixing when it relates to market dominance, transparency in the marketplace, land adjudication, individual family island plans. That was interesting to hear. Also, a new national insurance system, improvements in our digital system, more benefits for workers and also informal workers, talking about bringing about health insurance, a public sector pension plan, yes, which I thought was also equally important that she talked about. She talked about sustainability, food security, stronger Bahamian producers of food, and establish a national import support system. Some other key elements that were discussed in the speech from the throne: electricity rates and electricity consumer code as it relates to ERCA, wanting to establish some safeguards, introducing more energy legislation, reduce and eliminate duties on these tools and devices and appliances that are eco-friendly. housing, energy, establishing a residential authority for slumlords. We talked about that earlier, and having rent control and looking at how persons rent to individuals. One of the key things that she touched on was education and how that remains a high priority, or the highest priority for the government at this time. Healthcare, a dental professional bill, dental regulations, legal protections, an elderly abandonment bill.
Super important.
We saw a lot of that take place during their former term in office. They're also looking to expand social services, health insurance, safety and security, better protection against domestic violence, which has been a reoccurring theme. They also want to strengthen laws as it relates to immigration and what is happening there. So a very tight, I would call it, speech from the throne, really zoning in on some key areas that also became issues during the election campaign. On your screen, you see the Governor General. She is being escorted out by the Commissioner of Police, serving in her capacity as Provost Marshal for today's ceremony. And so she would have laid out all of government's plans, but she also spoke about the new ministry that we talked about, national development and innovation, talking about digitizing a lot of these services. Also digitization of the voting service, making those biometric cards come into full stream as the government looks ahead for the next 5 years. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I thought it was a very comprehensive speech. It hit all the right points that Bahamian people want to hear about, want to see changes brought to, like, for example, immigration, a hot button issue in and out of an election season. That daily immigration overstay policy was promised during the campaign, and here it is coming up right at the center of the speech from the throne. Bahamians want to see our immigration cleaned up, and we know that every nation survives of immigration, but a structured, ordered migration plan is in order, and this is what is being addressed here. As you mentioned, food security, education, just so many other areas, the economy, and the reasons for the various upgrades. Obviously, they feel that they are going in the right direction. On the screen, we see Prime Minister Davis waving at supporters as he leaves and leads the members of Parliament out. There's Deputy Prime Minister Chester Cooper and his spouse, and all of the other members of Parliament, their spouses, leaving the Imperial Ballroom at the Atlantis Resort, no doubt going to a reception following. Of course, senators will be following them leaving out, and the thousands of people gathered there at the ballroom. Anything that stood out to you, Glenisha and Ruben?
Definitely immigration, the biometrics, that was stood out to me, definitely, because this whole election felt like it was surrounded by how immigration works and how it's affecting our country. The next thing that I pinpointed on was the rent-to-own with housing, because that's another important thing that Bahamians keep talking about. And it was another one. My laptop just died. It's been here a while, but Campus, and the fact that we even created that, that's such a step forward in the right direction for people that are creative. And then the intellectual copyright laws that they want to bring in to make sure that people are protected.
Yeah, they said a lot of things, and a lot of things they did, obviously, you could tell that they were turning into the election coverage and the criticisms, because a lot of them seem to be demonstrating that they adapted, improvised, and overcome over the last 8 days to make sure they meet the public demand. And especially once you see where they're going to expand contributory insurance coverage for more of the people in relation to the public, and also contractual work, especially among the climate where we see police officers and a lot of those who insurances have not been paid for. So a lot of them would raise question as to how, when, and what we're going to do. Are we going to have more taxes? Going to be more burden? What we're going to bring on it? One thing hit home to me is I tell people I'm a very selfish person. I love people, I don't have to love you because of you, I love you because of myself. Mm-hmm. And I've said this from in transportation. If we treat our citizens, senior citizens right, we fix it for ourselves. If I fix the hospital just for my ma, then I know Shanique Ma will be good when she goes there. if the buses are safe for the elderly to drive, then I know it's safe for everybody. So when I see things address elderly care, especially right now at our hospitals suffering with borders, where people just literally outright abandon their elderly parents and so on and so forth, and the distress we see, especially with the great onset with Alzheimer's and unique now common age-related illnesses and so on and so
People leaving
forth.
them at hospitals.
Yes, and so the government coming in and also being able to pass legislation to help. It's so sad that you have to do this. Cause children to honor their fathers and their mothers.
Absolutely.
I think is very, very critical. So the effort to do elderly care is going to be very critical. The health care campus that they're going to try to put together, that sounds good. There's controversy with the new hospital in the country. They're still saying about that. I didn't hear anything. Maybe I shouldn't expect a detail because, you know, manning that is the biggest problem.
Yeah, it's carrying over now.
And so something to do with nurses and being able to retain them would have added more confidence to the hospital. We've seen where we had multi-million-dollar clinics in Family Islands built that rotted down because we didn't have the capacity or the equipment. Now we have a big hospital. We want better for Princess Margaret. We even want this to work, but how are we going to man it? And I think, although we appreciate everyone, the Cubans and everybody, we don't want to see a bunch of foreigners just running the hospital, although we'll take healthcare any which way we can. So there's a lot to consider with that. The strengthening with national security, the improvement of the building codes is going to be very, very critical, especially in light of the new kind of home construction, modular homes and so on and so forth, and being able to go to navigate that process is going to be very, very critical. Land reform is critical. That's been over multi-generational thing. So there's a lot in here, and now the devil is in the details. So we must all confess, as most speeches to the thrones have been, very, very good speech. Now, the rubber meet the road.
Now it's time
and
to
let's
work.
see how we're going to do this.
Time to work.
Branches
Yes.
of government now exiting the Imperial Ballroom. Earlier, we'd have seen on your screen former Prime Ministers Hubert Ingram and also Perry Christie leaving the ballroom.
well
We
as
see former Prime
Dr.
Minister
Minnis.
Dr. Hubert Minnis as well. And there was a really great shot of them, all three of them, sitting together for today's events.
Yes.
So we see members of the judiciary now exiting as well. And this ceremony really bringing all branches of government together. And as Ruben said, we'll see what happens if they're able to keep the commitment and the promises made, not only on the campaign trail, but also here now in the speech from the throne, which is a commitment now to the Bahamian people that what I put out to do, what I've laid down, I will do. And obviously it's our job as journalists to keep them accountable. The opposition's job, obviously, to do the same, hold their feet to the fire, ours as the fourth estate. But I think the biggest judge in all of this will be the people.
And let's encourage the people that at the first sitting of the House, if you don't want to watch anything else, first thing they're gonna do is debate the speech from the throne. And this is gonna force government to give a bit more information under the scrutiny of opposition so we can get better clarity than we can get from this cursory glance of a read that the Governor General did. So stay tuned at least to the beginning of Parliament.
Yeah.
Let's all keep it. The three prime ministers ain't vexed with each other. So y'all laugh at them at PLP. There's one government. Chill out. Let's just listen and let them debate it. And then maybe if you row a little bit, because it's still too early, then row. But we're going to hear more details about the speech from the throne at the first sitting of the House.
Right, awesome. And I want to thank you all for joining us. It has been a long but exciting morning. Thoroughly enjoyed the conversation that we had today for the opening of Parliament. It was great to have you, Glenisha, in the studio today, giving us that youth perspective.
Yes.
Always love to hear about what the young people are thinking. Also, how can we get more young people involved? So as Ruben says, we want to encourage you all to tune into these House sessions. And as we already saw, it's not going to be a boring one. We expect some highlights from Parliament. And as Ruben says, we all must tune in. We must take an active role in what is happening in our country, how we can contribute, but most importantly, how we hold those that we have elected to carry out this mandate, holding them accountable. Once again, I'm Janaea Noel.
And I'm Shanique Miller.
Thanks so much for joining us for Opening of Parliament 2026. Be sure to tune into Eyewitness News tonight at 7 p.m., followed by Beyond the Headlines with Shanique Miller. Thanks so much for joining us. We're signing off.